Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome. Happy Thursday. Well, not so happy Thursday. Because today was supposed to be a new game. And wouldn't you know it, it came out. And apparently it sucks. So, here we are again. In the old familiar place. Cancel all of the video games, man. Just stop production of all of them. It's not worth it anymore. All the good games are out already, so let's just keep playing those. Now we were gonna play the Mechanicus 2 game today. Warhammer Mechanicus 2 came out. And I had been looking forward to it. Been talking it up all week. And I just don't want to waste 40 bucks. It's expensive. Well, I guess it's 36 bucks. What's up? Okay. See, let's take a look. Here's the thing. Mixed reviews, 61%, it's pretty low. Like, if it was mostly positive, like in that 70s range, we joke about how useless Steam reviews are, but the truth is, when a game like Mechanicus, the original, has an impassioned early purchase fan base that really likes Warhammer and really likes the first game in many cases. So they're the best ones to be able to tell you whether it's good or not, instead of just some Joe Schmo who is playing a strategy game for the first time. You know what I mean? And the very first reviews are like all about 3 hours, which is how long they could tolerate it before coming on here and writing a review. Feels like they took the first game, took everything that made it unique, fun, and called it a sequel. It lacks the fully customizable characters from the first game, the ability to freely navigate the tomb map, as well as making the missions a single linear story instead of a mostly open-ended collection of missions you had to complete while racing against the clock. It's passable as a standard 40k turn-based strategy game like all the others. It's why is that true, man? Like, all the other 40k strategy games are so just basic. They're just there to get just to a state of being playable, but none of them ever want to rise above being merely okay. But that's not what Mechanicus 1 was, and I'm honestly disappointed. All the cutscenes and dialogue feel like they came from Tacticus. I don't know, what's Tacticus? The music is worse. The game has balanced all the fun out. This is worse in every way, quote unquote. The mobile game? Oh, I didn't even know that existed. Literally changed everything. No more picking your own loadouts. No more picking your own skill trees. Is that true? No more picking your own tomb route. No more different types of damage. Almost no hover over tooltips. Hope you can tell what something does by a small JPEG. Worst of all, the gameplay is standard move and shoot like XCOM. No more killing half the enemy squad in a crazy turn. This is the funniest part to me. Even the positive review that snuck in here is its own journey. Read along with me. The gameplay is snappy, responsive, no bugs thus far. Entry 1. You know, like when you're exploring like an old ruin or a tomb or something in like a third-person action-adventure game, and you come across a journal, and the journal's like, day 1. Game is running pretty smooth. Everything's working out exactly as planned. And then you flip the page and it's like, day 2. I'm starting to hear noises in the deep. You know, day 3. 2 of my companions have died. Okay, anyway. The gameplay is snappy and responsive. No bugs thus far. Edit. The style is wonderful, but the more I play, the less I see as being enjoyable. My review mood is dipping from glee to joy to acceptance. I hope it falls no further. I'm thrilled they kept much of the style of the first game in regards to visual representation, the new art, hand-painted and rough, almost watercolor-style backgrounds, and the character designs are stellar. I've encountered strange inconsistencies with the story in my short playtime. The writing for dialogue is generally lower quality than the first game. TLDR, the gameplay is rather simple as I've opened up, but I imagine it gains complexity as it progresses. The music is more subdued and less bombastic. The style and visuals are great. Wait, they even made the music more subdued? Isn't it the same person? Edit. This is another edit. As I play, I've realized a few things. The system for upgrading is hard-locked, and some choices for your tech priesthood are outright bad, as in damaging to your output either in healing or damage with no counterbalance. I don't enjoy the existing characters being so front and center, as I find the character writing weak and unenjoyable. The term I find for describing gameplay is restrictive and inflexible, like a game master who too tightly controls the flow of combat without giving you the tools to wriggle around. And then a bunch of nitpicks, it's just going downhill. And then if you're expecting an experience like the first game, you'll be disappointed. So it's not like, it's not even that they made the sequel the same game but more. They actually seem to have made the same game but less, based on all these reviews. Then we got 5.4 hours, one word, peak. Okay, they freaking love it. 1 hour. Performance issues. The first AdMech non-prologue mission is insane. When restarting the mission, it's not possible to change the difficulty. It felt like you had to have picked the best possible choice to even stand a chance, so what's the point of choice? You need to have your tech priest escape while your units are already likely damaged and incapable of fighting off a horde of non-stop Necron reinforcements. Far too difficult for first mission, and I enjoy harder difficulties. The soundtrack is pretty awful. That's the one thing from the first game that was impossible to do wrong in a sequel. And you've got people saying that it sucks now. One said it's subdued, which isn't the same as sucks. But we've got, it's pretty awful. It's as if the developers knew this, which is probably why they allow you to purchase the soundtrack from the first game to incorporate it. What? There's like an option in the game to just use the soundtrack from the first game? Is that, I don't know if this is real. I'm just going on reviews here. Even if you own the first game, you still have to pay for it. What? The linear map path is a downgrade, as are units in general. Worse atmosphere. I could go on, but overall, not enjoyable. They got just under that 2 hours to request a refund. We got one positive, good spin on the first game. I like most of the changes. Good job. Do you notice that the positive reviews are like, peak, this good, and then the negative reviews are like 4 paragraphs of explanation of why it's bad? But yeah, it's gotta be the Legacy soundtrack. Add the original Warhammer Mechanica soundtrack to Mechanicus 2 as an in-game music option, expanding the audio mix with the iconic score for the first game. And then they're selling it separately for $10 here, when I'm sure it's on Spotify. I guess I'll listen to it eventually. I don't know if I want to listen to it right now, because I'm already pissed. Because I have been looking forward to this, and just seeing everyone say that it's just a worse version of the first game is like, why bother? I'm not going to waste my time. I got to buy it, you know what I mean? Same as anybody else. So it's not like I can just load up and roll around. Like, I don't want to spend $40 on that. So I'm just going to go back in Terra Invicta and see if we can salvage the run from yesterday. See if, or at the very least, see what happens. You know, I kind of cut it off right when the aliens were coming to kick over my sandcastles on Mars. So I want to see what they do. It's a Steam review stream. Well, just throw another disappointing game that we were somewhat excited about onto the pile and light the fire. There's so many of them now. It's become like beyond the pale, in my opinion. I don't know what happened. I'm very confused. I don't know if our standards were just lower in 2018 in general, or if there's something deeper going on. I think my first inclination is that you guys know that a lot of you have probably heard that sort of now viral sort of discussion that was being had about the Hollywoodization syndrome in movies. Was Matt Damon talking about that? And how the way that movies are made now have kind of edged out the middle movies that made all of their money on home video and stuff. I wonder if like the Hollywoodization of games has done a similar thing, where development teams have gotten larger than ever before, with larger budgets than ever before and personnel. And so naturally, because they're taking more and more and more talent, it's siphoning from the middle in order to be one of the like 400 people working on like the next big game that also happens to take 8 years to develop for a single AAA game. So it's just drying up everything else in the middle. Because like, think about it, if you're a dev or an artist, why would you take a chance on something that may bomb and do terribly and spend 3 to 6 years of your life on a passion project when you could have a consistent paycheck to pay the bills? You know what I mean? Because most of the games that we like and remember fondly, some of which are still being updated, are those random take a chance games that succeeded, the survivorship bias. We're not seeing all the ones that failed, obviously, but there were a lot more attempts being made from like 2010 up to maybe 2020-ish. There were a lot more darts being thrown at the board. But it's less in gaming about necessarily there being a middle tier of quality. I think that still exists a bit to some extent. I think it's more just like the people with the skill sets to make the standout indies are more and more either being absorbed into these mega dev teams, because they're getting larger and larger every year, so the talent has to be coming from somewhere, and or not just the mega dev teams, but also I think that the way that video game virality has shifted, there's a lot more people chasing trends now than there were before. You'll get like one silly popular play with your friends physics game where everyone's flopping around and it goes like viral on YouTube or Twitch, and then 6 months later you'll see 8 more. You know what I mean? There's a lot more of that now, I think, than there was ever before. I also think that there's something to be said about, for those of you oldies like me, so we're old, some of us are old now, the people who grew up in our generation, who like the same type of games that we like because we played the same games when we were younger, that we align with in terms of our tastes, have all either taken their shot and succeeded or failed already. You know what I mean? And so the next generation that's coming up to make games, they didn't grow up, they don't have any nostalgia for Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 or whatever the game is. I'm just throwing a random example out because they didn't play that when they were younger. So they're nostalgic for a different subset of things, and they're the ones becoming the developers now and just making things that they enjoyed growing up, you know? So the genres are going to shift, I feel like, naturally as new generations come in to make, like, the devs who made those, like I said, those solo indie game projects, they've already made their attempts if they're my age. They might still be making games if they were successful, but I think a lot more have either burned out, either by succeeding and being like, I'm done, I succeeded, or I failed and I'm done. And they're kind of phasing out that way. We're old men in a young man's world. Kinda, though. I do think that's part of it. Then there is Concerned Ape. What of Concerned Ape? Making one game. You gotta have more than one game to be different. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not different until they've made a second game that can be played, and then a third game, and then a fourth game. So otherwise, it's the same thing. Also, just cherry picking like one person does not change anything I'm saying. But anyway, thanks, Mechanicus, for sending me down this road. This might be a shorter stream today, just as a warning, because at this exact moment, we have a big problem on our hands. So if you missed yesterday's stream, we've been doing a lot of space combat, actually. So we've got 3 fleets at the moment. Unfortunately, they suck now, and we had a couple of really dramatic victories wherein I killed the first alien ship that humanity has ever destroyed and got credit around the world for that, and we also got a bunch of like tech and progressed the main story from that. Then there was an alien fleet sent to Mars. Now, the only reason I attacked the alien ship is because they were already dispatching a fleet to come and teach me a lesson. So what happens is we got this threat meter up here at the top right. Once it hits red, the aliens will sort of dispatch some forces to go put you back in your place. They don't declare total war on you. They're not trying to wipe you out. You don't necessarily lose the game per se, but they will come and try to take out some of your space assets. When they did, I was like, well, they're coming anyways. I may as well destroy one of their orbiting ships in Earth atmosphere, or low Earth orbit. So I did. And they also had dispatched a fleet to Mars, I think is what happened. So we had 5 basic missile ships around Mars who valiantly sacrificed themselves. It was very dramatic. The aliens got to Mars and started bombarding one of our bases and destroyed a couple modules, but the base stayed intact. The Martian Defense Force, all 5 of those ships kamikazed into the void. They dumped all their missile payloads and then got destroyed by alien missiles. But the human missiles were just enough to damage. We actually did get some missiles through and damage the enemy cruiser and frigate. Just enough that they had to retreat. So they left Mars to go repair. So we saved all the scientists and people who were on Mars on our bases. Unfortunately, the aliens were able to repair their ships before I could mount a new defensive force of volunteers. So they're on their way back now to finish what they started. And what's probably going to happen is a cascading failure wherein I know it looks like we're crazy low on resources right now, but that's because we have a number of HABs getting upgraded at the moment. Unfortunately, those HABs may not live long enough to see their upgrades be finished. So we have Anubis base, which is literally 2-3 weeks away from finishing its tier 2 mine. And then we have Sveninator base, which is also close to getting a tier 2 mine. And then we have War of the Worlds base, which is getting a basic complex, also almost done. So like we have 3 separate mines that are getting ready to go in on Mars. And then beyond Mars, we had a couple more somewhere. Snorble base is on a asteroid. That'll be December. And then Hecla base, which I don't think I named. I don't know where this one came from. This one's in June of next year, so that one's a ways out. That was the most recent one. Then we have Flying Lima Beans base, which will be done in April. And that's just water. I don't know why did I claim this one? This one kind of sucks. Oh, this is the moon. Sorry, Flying Lima Beans. You're on the moon. You're doing okay. I thought that was like an asteroid that I claimed. And then 8 Vest Simius on Ceres is going to be ready also in April. So we've got some bases coming up. But we also have this issue wherein I need to be able to defend my stuff because these pesky humans keep meddling in my affairs. So we had a Moon Defense Force sent over here. And we've got this problem called missiles are incapable of bombarding a planet. So we are going to have to find a way to build a ship that can bombard a planet because the Protectorate has found a cheat code to stop me from destroying their shipyards, which is that they're building their ships on the moon's surface, which I'm not allowed to bombard. So I can only whack-a-mole their ships when they come out of the oven, but I've already failed at that because they started to print frigates out here instead. Where is the moon? Oh, there it is. So they've actually got 2 fleets up here, Papa 3 and Papa 4. One is just an escort. That one will be easy enough to take out. It's the frigate that is problematic, or this corvette, I should say. So this corvette took 2 of my ships out after we ran out of fuel around the moon. Hopefully we don't ditch this campaign too early. A streamer never ditches a campaign too late or too early. He ditches a campaign precisely when he means to. Hello, Shy Wolf. How's it going, dude? And also, War of the Worlds, thank you for getting a sub to Zelinator. Zelinator, enjoy your gift sub. And thank you for sharing another one, War of the Worlds. Hello, what's up, March Madness? Basketball fan in chat. Okay, so let me figure out what I gotta do first. What I gotta do first is stop. I gotta make sure our moon base does not get bombarded by the Protectorate. So have these guys refueled? No. Can they refuel? No. They can't if I pay 154 boost. So we do have a little issue there. Now, I don't know if the Protectorate means to bombard my moon colony. They haven't done so yet. They're kind of just orbiting around it. But the longer I give them, the more chances they have to build up their fleet, right? We also have the Earth First fleet down here that's a little stouter, and they have refueled. So we've got 8 little baby ships with missiles. Most of them are Mark IVs, I want to say. And we have 2 Mark IIIs that are a little heftier with older armor and older internals a little bit, but they're still okay. So we got 8 around Earth, just making sure that things are chill here. At Dr. Skelly's station, we are working on ops centers in order to get even more mission control, which is ironic. We finally solved mission control, but we don't have enough resources to build ships. So I ran out of nobles, unfortunately, which is a necessity for my particular ships. Now, I might be able to design a ship that uses fewer nobles, but even if I do nothing else, it's still 3.6, like base cost, so. And it only goes up from there. We'll get more nobles once our other mines come up, but in general, we just haven't found many. Last campaign we did a couple months back, I was swimming in noble metals, just hundreds of them for some reason. And that is kind of the fun of having different roles, you know? If I could send the fleet to take Hesperia, that would be sick, because the Protectorate yoinked it. I am interested in trying to build a fleet for longer distance travel for such things with Marines or something, and that would be kind of cool. I've never really done that before because I always lose, but it also is kind of a lot of work to try to like micromanage all the individual researches that you need. Right now we're getting solar mirrors, which probably isn't the most important thing. Layered defense arrays to try to upgrade our point defense systems, to try to keep our individual stations from getting killed by a single human ship has been really obnoxious. And then we're also pushing the world's research into railguns so that we can upgrade our defense arrays even more. So we are working on a few things, and we're learning how to make larger ships, which granted we have no resources for. So I'm not sure that I need patrol vessels right now because I don't have the resources to make them. So what if instead what if we get like just a basic fish and outpost kit is one of the things we need for the longer distance travel. I think it's maybe a bit early to be thinking about those things. I could do 40 mil autocannons because those will go on the point defense, right? Does a point defense array use every type of weapon or just one, your best type of weapon? Marine platoon barracks is good from an interface orbit only. Best type per class of PD, projectile, and energy, but it's all three, right, Ace Tech? I don't trust the rest of these chatters. Like, it puts a little bit of everything in. But 40 mil counts as PD and gets replaced by a PD laser, which is debatably worse. Huh. I see. What if, here's a crazy idea, you could just customize for your own faction? Wouldn't that be interesting? What if you could just choose? But then they might have to balance the weapons because there'd probably be one best one. And that'd be more work. All right, let's just do... I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it alone, but I am going to tone down the amount of research that we're spending in it. Okay, so where are the aliens relative to Mars right now? So we got Victor 100, who will be here in over 500 days to Earth. Then we got Victor 11 transferring to low lunar orbit in 530 days, which is also scary. Then we've got Victor 113 going to low Earth orbit in 271 days. We got some friends on the way now. The scariest one is Victor 64. They'll be there in 24, 25 days. And that's just not enough time. Mars Defense Force is only 3 ships. Ugh. We did not have enough resources to make more. These 3 ships are just gonna stay parked here, and the aliens are just gonna do whatever they do on Mars, I guess. And I'm just gonna have to try and clean up the mess. So I think the thing I'm most wanting to do is get the Moon Defense Force to go intercept the Protectorate before, but I don't have enough fuel. So should I spend most of my boost to refuel? I feel like yes, just because you don't know what they're gonna do. And if they get stronger, you know what I'm saying? They got a 10-inch cannon on the nose. Which isn't that strong, right? This is old. And then their smaller craft is also 40 mil autocannons, which are not together so far. All right, I'm just gonna resupply, pay up. Pay up. Core Vocation Base has reported an unexpected yet welcome discovery. During a routine excavation, a sudden rockfall exposed previously undetected deposits of valuable materials. A subsequent resurvey confirmed the findings. These additional reserves will no doubt be able to sustain our operations for decades more. All mining of basic resources at Core Vocation Base up by 25%. Where is Core Vocation Base? What are you getting already? You getting like a bunch of water and some volatiles and stuff? Oh, baby. Look who goes there. EJ with a huge raid. That's a giga raid, man. What's going on? Weather Guy, Digital Zeros. Hello, Mr. Fluffy. Arctic Revival, Vinius, Tatum. What's up, Dino Tracker? Welcome back, Bram Evans, Laser Drifter, Hotan, Master, and everybody in between. What's up, panelists? Look at those beautiful panels. Welcome to space. You might recognize a little bit of this space. All right, EJ Chatter quiz. If I asked you to point to Unkulunkulu on a space map without looking, would you be able to do it? Top left. I meant like a map that wasn't labeled. Of course. Anybody could point to a labeled map and show you. So you guys were just coming out of rocket waiting. This is the rocket waiting room now, is that right? Let's get a shout out in chat for EJ. Just started the stream like 40 minutes ago, so I just got live. So if you were in my chat before the Raiders showed up, click that button at the top of your chat window now. Go give EJ a follow and check him out. He's been covering the multitude of launches recently, hoping for fairer conditions for this upcoming launch. So why did it get scrubbed today? But yeah, EJ's streaming all the time, always doing something cool or playing something cool. So check him out. Raiders who just joined, we're playing a game called Terra Invicta. It's a 4X grand strategy game where the premise is basically that aliens are here. This is kind of like, I would describe it as hard sci-fi a la, imagine The Expanse just before the show starts, like some years before the Expanse books or show starts. I got the novels behind me up there. So you effectively start in modern era. Obviously, it's a video game, so you sort of accelerate through scientific and technological discoveries. But you come to the conclusion that aliens are indeed inside the Sol system. And we're trying to find out what they want. They seem like they want bad things, but they might have ulterior motives. You get to play as one of a number of factions who all have asymmetric victory conditions. So if you've ever played XCOM, and you've played or heard of the Long War mod, very popular mod for XCOM, this game is by the developers of the Long War mod. So there's a lot of sort of thematic overlap between XCOM and this game as a result, but the gameplay is completely different. So on Earth, you're tasked with picking a faction, and they basically operate as like a shadow cabal, pulling the puppet strings of world governments and taking over different nations behind the scenes. So you could play as the XCOM-esque faction, the Resistance, for example, and you're just trying to ensure humanity's continued survival and resist the aliens coming in and achieving their own goals. You could also play as the Servants, who are welcoming in their new alien overlords, trying to usher in a new utopia with aliens at the helm and try to serve them and help them achieve their ends. You could play as a faction that just wants to make the most money. The Initiative is kind of like the Illuminati faction. They just want to profit off of the chaos. You could play as the Project Exodus, who are like, well, aliens are here, we're screwed, let's go find another habitable world. So their entire faction is like trying to find a habitable world and make a colony ship that can escape. So there's lots of different things you can do. And then over the course of the game, you get to try and, like I said, take control of different nations. So if you want to navigate via taking over China, for example, right now I can see that the alien-serving servants are currently controlling 2/3 of China. You get to control the economy. We did a China-run attempt last time, for example. You could take over the U.S. and steer the economy. You can steer how they're investing in their military or in their ability to research more via knowledge. And we got simulations of global and national GDP, nuclear arsenals, military tech levels, governments ranging from totalitarian governments to democracies, global warming, and how the environment is being affected by different industrialization bits, how much nitrous oxide is in the atmosphere. It's very like micro detail. There's a lot going on. So it's kind of like the challenge is, how does humanity work apart but together for different ends toward this new alien incursion? So the aliens have been steadily working from the outer rim of our system. I believe they began on Quaor, which is a Kuiper Belt dwarf planet in my save. They'll start in different places each campaign, and they're tapping resources to make their own bases and their own ship manufacturing, and they're steadily moving inward. So at the moment, I think the closest they are is Jupiter. I think they just got to Jupiter in my save. And they may have a base on our inner asteroid belt. So yeah, they do have a spot on Jupiter. So there's Callisto. They have a Callisto base. And so as the humans, you can also research the technology to be able to go out and make bases, starting usually with the moon. So we got a moon base. We were the first humans to Mars. I think you guys would appreciate both of those things. And we're starting to make some permanent habitations on different asteroids floating out through space in order to try and tap them for mining resources. And we're using magnetic slingshots to shoot those resources using gravity basically throughout the system so that we can use them. I don't know how they catch the resources. Don't ask too many questions. But that's the premise. Right now, in fact, aliens are on the way because they're very upset with us. We do have a bit of a small burgeoning defense force. So we've got humanity's first space navy. And we have scored our first hits against the alien craft and actually destroyed one of them. Their tech vastly outmatches ours at this point, but we scored our first hits, and they're a little incensed, so they are in the process of sending a 2-ship fleet to Mars to try and destroy some of my habs or my outposts that are on the surface of Mars for resources. And we do not have a good defense force at Mars, so they're about to come in and just scorched Earth. I only have 3 ships at Mars right now, so they are about to do whatever they want to my Martian colonies. I've never seen any player win a space fight in this game. Is it possible? I have already won one, in fact. The early ones are easier to win. You just need overwhelming numbers and firepower, and then it gets harder. Let me see what chat's up to. A hydraulic pin wouldn't unpin. A tower arm pin failed to retract. How many people lost their jobs over that? But anyway, EJ, you've got places to be, things to do. Thanks so much for the raid, and have a great rest of your Thursday. I hope they return to top form for the next launch, and you guys can have what would be the best way to phrase it? The anticipation will build to something that isn't nothing. Because that's like the scrub launches are just like, all right, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and then just deflation. So I hope everything goes well for the next one. What's up, Neuropilot? How's it going? Good day from Australia. What's up, Paul? How's it going, Ion? Okay, but yeah, you guys came in a losing campaign. We did find more resources on Mars right now, so that's nice. But
securing our control.
You're gonna see little pop-ups from our random counselors that we have on Earth. They're currently doing a whole bunch of stuff. Our faction is trying to make the super European Union. So we are taking control behind the scenes of different European nations, and we've been moving steadily west to east and uniting them under one banner of humanity first. So we're playing a faction that goes beyond the resistance, which simply wants to protect humanity and resist the aliens. We are playing humanity first, which is, it's not enough to just resist them. We have to basically wipe out the aliens because they've already started mind controlling people. They're using some kind of pheromones or something to start converting people to speak well of them and public figures and stuff on Earth. They've been doing lots of abductions. We're trying to follow their tracks. The aliens actually have like agents on Earth moving around doing different missions and stuff, and we have to like track them down and capture or kill them. So the Humanity First faction is not content with just taking out the aliens, but also wanting to take out any human faction that's working with them. So our enemies are also human, not just alien. The Resistance's only enemies are pretty much the aliens, but they do get into some scuffles with the servants from time to time. Even worse than that, it was 40, 30, 40 seconds, 30 seconds, 40. Oh no. the closest that you could scrub something. Almost. So we got these different counselors down here, named after chatters. Oh, you're actually here at a good time. We're about to do a space battle right now. I just got done resupplying these 4 small ships. These are some of the smallest ships in the entire game, but we got them stacked with Viper missile bays. So all they do is pretty much unload their missiles and let them do the rest. So where is the moon? There it is. I almost lost it. So we are in high lunar orbit right now. At about 28,000 kilometers altitude off of the surface. And we are sort of trying to take on a bigger fish in the form of a human ship. So there's this faction that we're not necessarily officially at war with, but anytime there's anything in assets in space, they had been targeting all of my scientific stations around Earth and blowing up innocent scientists. So we took issue with that, and we've been trying to take revenge on them by intercepting their fleet and keeping them grounded. So we've been taking out all of their Earth orbitals as sort of a revenge, because they were building dockyards there, using those dockyards to make warships and having those warships attack our science stations. So we managed to wipe out their stations around Earth, but they made a moon base, and they have a dockyard on the surface of the moon that we can't quite get to yet. We can't take it out, and they've been making a couple ships. So we're gonna try and take out the larger of the two first, and that's their corvette. So that is Papa 3. So we're gonna see if we can intercept Papa 3. It says that they're likely able to escape pursuit, so they might run. Our problem is fuel is very expensive. Propellant is prohibitively expensive, so we're actually gonna take the longest possible intercept just to get to where they are, so that we preserve as much fuel as possible. It's gonna take over a day to get there, because we're just gonna float on in very gingerly. Don't want to use too much Delta V. This is a game that uses Delta V, so that already makes it at least as good as Kerbal Space Program. Just kidding. This is not the in-game music, by the way. It's good music, though. All right, where is my defense fleet? I think they're just on the transfer. I don't know why it's zooming the camera out so far. Tox, how much playtime to get to this stage of gameplay? If you were not streaming it, it would be much faster. Streaming it and having to describe everything that's going on makes everything take 2 to 3 times longer. But I would say you probably... How long have we played, and then I need to reduce from there? What day of streaming is this? I would say maybe 15 hours to get to this stage if you knew what you were doing, maybe less. If you don't know what you're doing, it's going to take you a long time, because there's a lot of reading. I wonder if the loading screen tells me. No. I would say for a full campaign of this game, like if you were successful, it's over 100 hours. The trick is you're not going to be successful, and so you're going to restart often. I feel like it's taken me 30 hours to get here, maybe more. Definitely more, because we've streamed this more than 5 times. Maybe like 40 hours. So the average person who's not yapping for 7 hours a day is probably going to take like 15 to 20 hours to get to this point. But that's assuming you know what you're doing. I don't know, it's hard to give an estimate, sorry. Your mileage may vary. It sounds like the aliens are trying to take over Earth using the least amount of their own resources. Yeah, there's reasons for that. There's a lot of lore in this game, and when you play as different factions, you get different perspectives on the alien incursion. So depending on whether you're playing, you know, you play one faction, this faction, this faction, this faction, each one's going to have some different flavor text and some different lore, and then combined it paints a bigger picture of like what's going on. But part of it is the unknown. So that's kind of the fun, is like discovering. Let's see if they want to fight. Both fleets are willing to fight. Prepare for combat. All right, we're going in. So here is an early game fleet battle, which, because our engines are so bad and our fuel is so limited, we just fly in a straight line at them. But if you did have better engines, more propellant, you can use these. These are basically... Let me zoom in. So here's the ships, right? 4 ships. We get to choose their order. We can make them into some different formations here. We only have 4 ships, so I'm just going to make them into a line, which is what I want. And then at each of these little nodes, this is when they execute an order. So if they're in between these 2 nodes, they're going to continue with whatever their last order was. So the battles are real time, but the use of these nodes makes them like a hybrid of real-time turn-based in a way. And the way that you control them is by clicking, so you can't change the red ones. The red ones are stuck. But I could like pick this. I have to send them in first. We're going to loosen up the formation and then head in at 650 meters per second. That's what we want. Okay, once you do that, then you can start manipulating these. So when you start manipulating these are when you're going to execute a burn. So what you can see in the brackets is how much KPS we have left. So if I execute a big burn, that goes lower and lower. So you're allowed to do maneuvers basically until you run out of fuel. Right? And then boom, I'm stuck on that trajectory because I'm doing 2 like hard burns to try and curve around. So at this early stage of the game, fuel is prohibitively expensive for me. So my goal is just to fly in a straight line and overwhelm them with firepower. So we're going to reset this by right-clicking it. And on the left, you can see my ships, and on the right, theirs. So we've already engaged with this Corvette. It's got 2 40mm PDCs on the top and bottom, and then a nose-mounted 10mm cannon. Now, this is actually old tech, so I'm not too worried about their cannon. They haven't developed... We haven't developed better kinetics at this point in our campaign. We're actually researching railguns now. And then there's laser weaponry as well. The aliens are big proponents of lasers, because if you can create real working lasers, having instantaneous damage is always better than waiting for a projectile, right? But even the lasers in the early stages have fall off because they get weaker over time because of the lack of good enough technology to keep the strength consistent over longer distance. But anyway, this dude we have already fought, and those 2 40mm PDCs on the top and bottom dismantled our missiles, more or less. And I think I had sent 4 missile pods. So this time I'm gonna try sending at least 5 missile pods, but I might go with 6. The problem is that we're gonna have to go resupply after this. And if we end up fighting the other ship that's around the orbit, we're gonna lose with only 2 missile pods. That's kind of what I'm worried about. If we get intercept, like I don't necessarily want all of, I think I have a better idea. I am going to launch all of my missile pods at once, but I'm going to manually stop shooting when they're about half empty, so that they're coming in from different directions. Or maybe like a little bit less than half, and just try to overwhelm with like sheer numbers. Because our missiles are going to fire, these are my ships. Missiles are going to fire one at a time. We've got some funky radiators back here in order to disperse heat. So you do have to actually design your ship. You design, you research the engine, put a specific engine in. You research the radiators, put a specific radiator in. You research a heat sink, put a heat sink in if you need it. The weapons, and there's various utilities. So we actually do have ECM on these ships, and some targeting computers to try to overcome enemy ECM. So hopefully, if we're lucky, our ECM will just overwhelm them and they won't even be able to shoot back. That'd be great. So I need to do a couple things. We need to set a global target for all of our ships. There we go. And they do have the nose cannon. So we just need to watch for that being fired. I'm going to set one of our Viper missiles can actually act as point defense missiles. So I'm going to set one bay to point defense just in case they get any of those 10mm shots off. We might be able to intercept them. And then I'm just going to unpause at 1x speed. Well, actually, no, I'm not. I need to set all missile bays to fire when they are within range. What music is this? Don't listen to that music. Let's get some science-y music on. Let's get some science-y, fiction-y music on. How about that? Okay. There we go. So, once we get a little closer, we're starting about 1,000 kilometers away. Our missiles have an operational range of around 800 kilometers, but they start firing earlier because even though we're about 1,000 kilometers away, we're heading toward each other at speed. So it's counting for them, their speed heading toward me, and my speed heading toward them in the calculation. So missile pods. It looks like they are on cooldown. All right, I want to save. Like maybe 6 missiles per pod. Okay, and I think that's good. All right, missiles away. So the missiles do an initial burst, and then you can see them kind of flame out. They are on target, and they are now coasting through space with whatever speed they've got. So if you enter combat faster, they're going to inherit the momentum of your ship where they're being deployed from, and then they just float toward their target. Once they get closer to their target, then they reignite for a final burn on last approach and accelerate into the target. So now what we're doing is we're gonna go watch the enemy ship who has extended their radiators, and they're going to start taking some bursts with their 40 mil PDCs as the missiles get closer. In fact, they have already loosed a spray into the night sky. So now I'm gonna fast forward a bit. There's also maneuvers that we can do. If this ship threatened us with their primary arms, I would try to keep my nose facing the enemy because we actually have most of our armor on our ships is concentrated in the nose. So we are trying to point toward them so that our armor tanks the hits. There's body armor, nose armor, and tail armor. Okay. There we go. Their little PDC has started to take some shots. So you can see, if I zoom out, there's the enemy ship, and these are our missiles. So I'm hoping that these are enough missiles. So I'm taking a little bit of a gamble that they're not going to be able to get all of them. But we'll see. I've been wrong before. All right, here you can kind of see how many missiles are heading his way. So his PDCs have got some work cut out for them. And you don't have to, you can, I don't really trust auto-resolve in this game. It might be fine, but I like doing the battles myself. Okay, here come the first intercepts, and yes, it turns out there is sound in space. Did I send enough missiles? I guess we're about to find out. Hopefully we get close enough for the final burn coming in here soon. Show you his perspective. You see him lighting up over there? Accelerating. Getting closer. You can't stop them all! There we go. It's actually just enough. Calculated. And each of our missile bays has retained some additional missiles for a potential other fight. I don't know if we have enough to take out the other dude or not. There is one more enemy that is a smaller ship. Over here. And they've also got the 40 mil autocannons, which are pretty strong, as you can see, against missiles because they have 2,000 rounds each. They just need to get close enough to do some damage. So I'm not really sure if I should take them on, because if I go in and he intercepts my missiles, then that one ship is going to kill 4 of us. Is this enemy alien? No, these are humans. So these are human ships. You'll know the aliens when you see them because their ships look like, well, alien. The 40 mil does very little to your armor, just get in close and then unleash the beast. The problem is, that's too risky. That's a little risky. But I guess I have no choice. All right. We gotta let them return to operations. We do still have missiles. The music mandates you go in. It's kind of true. All right, I'm going to intercept. We'll get there in 12 hours.
I have new information.
Let's see if they run or if they fight. Pursuit. The enemy fleet is maneuvering to avoid combat. We could bid some of our available Delta V to chase. If we bid higher than them, we will engage. If they bid more, they escape. The maximum bids are determined by the differences in the fleet's accelerations. Both sides will spend the lower of the 2 bids regardless of whether combat occurs. So they're running, basically. I can't afford to give up all my fuel to get away from them is the issue. And they have... a little bit less Delta V than us. And in terms of cruise acceleration, they have 55 millig's of cruise acceleration. We have 58. So we're slightly faster than them, but not by a lot. What do you think I should do, chat? Just let him run? Or else I'm gonna go. I have 9.9 water for fuel. And a full refuel of this is gonna take like 300 to 400 water. I'm gonna bid 1 KPS. Papa 4 evades Moondef 2 and avoids a battle. Both fleets spend 1 KPS Delta V in the chase. So I could catch them if I was willing to just spend all of my Delta V, basically. Now they can actually, if they have water, resupply on the moon because they have a a moon base with a dock, which is something I'm working on. We control Peary Crater. And I have a supply depot there. So I actually could go ahead and do it. The problem is I don't have any resources. So I could set down at a friendly or undefended base. But here's the thing. If I dock, can they just bombard that base and then kill both of us? Both my fleet and the moon base at the same time. The problem is I can't afford to refuel anyway, so I think we just have to sit here and watch. Or I have to bid all of my Delta V and just be, all 4 of my ships will be sitting ducks here. Those are the 2 options. The problem with being a sitting duck is if they launch another, are they gonna launch another ship, I wonder, from Antiochus base? They have 2 space docks there, so they very likely could. Too bad you can't transfer the missiles. Yeah, transferring the missiles would be really nice. How much would it take to transfer back to Quite Adept Station? I kind of need to like stay here just in case they go to bombard. I'm just gonna leave it here for now. I wish there was a way to set an alarm for them making another ship. Like, alert. They've created another ship. Watch out. Some kind of alarm. We have completed construction of a new orbital core for Cowardly Lion Station in high Earth orbit. You are way up there. So we've got a lot of space to expand this. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what I was doing with this. I think I was gonna turn it into like a op center / skunkworks. I'm gonna put some point defense to try to defend it against humans. Point defense is not gonna do anything against aliens at this stage. It's to deter human interference. Okay, it's gonna need power. So since we're in Earth orbit, we get good solar. So we're gonna build some solar arrays here. So those are going to give us 78 power each. And then we're building a solar mirror array at the Lagrange point between the sun and Earth in order to get even more power. Okay, so let's get for sure an op center, which is going to cost even more volatiles, but it takes so long to build that I just need to start it now. Okay, we don't have enough resources anymore, so we're going to have to let that go because we're out of stuff and do the rest later. This game has so many things. It does. It has a lot of things. And learning how all of them work takes a long time. Hope has given way to a surge of anxiety over the circumstances of the alien arrival. Across the globe, people look upon each other with suspicion and turn to smaller, more familiar groups at the exclusion of others. We must not surrender ourselves to our terror. All human nation cohesion moves toward extreme values. By the way, thank you for the subs. Buxo, appreciate the sub. Thank you so much for subscribing. Ockrain says, I'm here. Thank you, Ockrain, for being here. Ottercog says, number go up. Thank you for making that number go toward an extreme value for 80 months. Crazy Cherry, give it up for month 79. I'm giving it up. Appreciate it, Crazy Cherry. Thank you for so many months of sub. Bucky also says 3 years and 3 months. That's exactly what 39 months is. Thanks for another one, Bucky. Solar platform kit. So this is something we're going to research so that we can create a new ship design with special engines that are designed for long distance travel, not for combat. And if you put these different platform kits in there, you can have the ships locally construct outposts and orbitals and stuff for you instead of sending those resources from Earth. Also, I used all my ad snoozes. There's going to be a quick 3-minute mid-roll ad coming in right now. I'm telling you so you can turn your volume down. And I'm going to keep it paused here and just talk to chat so you don't miss anything during the quick ad break. Happen once an hour in order to keep the pre-rolls down for people popping in and out of the stream or coming in from raids or what have you. So just giving you a heads up. So it doesn't catch you by surprise. But I'll pause it as soon as it starts. I think we should put all our chips in quite a depth station. We kind of already have. You're the moon station that is also a shipyards. So your station has 5 solar arrays, 3 shipyards, and a space dock that we don't have enough energy to turn into a shipyard yet. And it also has an ops center, which is giving us mission control, which allows me to build more ships or get more stations, and a couple of small point defense arrays that aren't very good right now, but we're working on that. In fact, you are building a ship right now.
The next thing is to open the hatch, huh? Yep. I gotta get down on a 5-2 here before I can turn too well.
I think we should put it all on red. I always put it all on red. It doesn't usually go well. Where's the moon? Whenever we're in these like high orbit, I always lose track of it. Which if you lose track of it in a video game, think about how easy it'd be to lose track of in real life. If you're just out there floating around this far away. Chad, would you rather be an astronaut on a spacesuit floating in the void without a tether, or a diver? What's scarier? What would be the other? What would be like a third equivalent? Well, I am a diver. Well, there you go. One is certain death. No. Okay, let me rephrase. You're floating in the void untethered, but you have like the backpack that lets you maneuver. And like your ship is close by. Because I'm curious how many people would pick space over just like diving in the ocean. What depths are we talking? One atmosphere of pressure versus hundreds. A fair amount of people would pick space. As someone who scuba dives, space is a lot scarier. See, I think the ocean's scarier. Because I think that the aspect of floating weightlessly in space is terrifying, but I would rather have a full like bodysuit and helmet on What scares me about diving is having to like hold my own breather and not being able to like open my mouth. Everything just feels a lot closer. I know you can do like a huge diving suit like ye old days, but that's not really something anyone does. I'd rather be floating in the void. I think the feeling of, oh, anyway, that's done. I'm just getting distracted musing about these things. Space doesn't have spoopy creatures? That's what you think. The Servant Hab station has been destroyed by the Resistance. Good job, Resistance. Well done.
Our associates are now in charge.
We have purged supporters of the initiative and taken a control point in Bosnia. All right, we're working on Bosnia and Austria right now. We just took the second control point here, and I need to change their economic priorities. We're gonna give them some help on the welfare side, and we want to go all in on knowledge in order to boost our own research speed. And we're gonna need to do a lot in government because they're like full totalitarian. And then we're also gonna, oh man, maybe we dip on knowledge because we have other priorities right now. Definitely no funding. They're almost founded their own space program, so I'm gonna let them keep doing that. There we go. Space is much bigger with good views. We can now unify with Sweden. Our defend interests in Denmark have expired. Okay, so each turn is like 2 weeks in the game, and we have these different agents up here, named after our chatters, who are going across the globe, helping us out with different missions, such as taking over control points so that we can exert our influence over different governments of the world. We control Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Ireland. Working on Austria. That's the hard one right now. But we've got them totally surrounded. Could go into Serbia in the meantime, perhaps. Okay, sure, let's go into Serbia in the meantime, because they're not really doing a good job of defending it. We can spend influence in order to increase our chances of success. Basically rolling the dice.
We're taking power.
Okay, Restless DK is doing propaganda in Austria to try to make our little sliver of popularity a little bit better. Might need more than one person.
Where to?
Sinless Moon is our advisor to the European Union to kind of boost their stats. And then Ace Tech has been going around the globe trying to fight the aliens. There's a lot of non-sapient life forms that are spreading like some kind of weeds across Earth, and we've been taking those out. Let's go ahead and defend Denmark.
Securing our interests.
And then we're good to go. Easy turn. All right, so this turn, the bad aliens are going to show up at Mars, and we're going to see what they do. We have completed the layered defense array project, so this is now a buildable that we do need noble metals in order to build, and a bunch of power. And if you're new to the game, the most overwhelming thing is the tech tree, I would say. I still haven't figured out how to navigate this properly. So I'm kind of just picking stuff that sounds potentially neat and useful. It just kind of keeps going in many directions. Now, this is part of that tech tree. The other part of the tech tree is the global research. So we're trying to lead the way on railgun technology to upgrade our point defense. Possibly be able to bombard the moon bases and stuff that are building warships that are trying to take me out. Okay, so where are we going next? I wouldn't mind taking on solar steamers. It's kind of an easy one. Long-range cargo transports allow delivery of HAB modules that are launched outside of good launch windows. It kind of makes them faster. It's a simple one, but I think it's pretty decent. Put most of our points into the solar mirror right now. Is there malice for invading other countries? It depends. It's just, I think that you'd find most people who play this game try to avoid ground wars as much as possible because they're a bunch of micromanagement. They have high risk and similar issues to, like, say, Hearts of Iron, where you attack one nation and they have 50 allies, and then you now have a big problem. You know what I mean? Where it's just easier to avoid it if possible. War of the Worlds. You have got a default mining complex base now. I'm not going to try upgrading this because I think the aliens are going to be on their way to kill it, but it's got some very important base metals, and now we have a surplus of noble metals that we did not have before. So noble metals are back in the positive, which is a nice step up. Unfortunately, the aliens might come destroy it. We'll see.
Protecting our interests.
They should be here any point now. We have completed construction of a new point defense array of Flying Lima Beans base on Luna. So I was trying to make some point defense just to try to deter the Protectorate from attacking this base. But these only have small surface to orbit infrared laser cannons, which I don't think are that strong, right? And then 30 mil autocannon's not that good either. This one's not even powered, which is also a problem, but we have solar arrays that'll be ready pretty soon.
Surveillance complete.
We have improved our knowledge about
Prepping for next mission.
an enemy counselor. Who was it? Oh, we found a Protectorate person. Well, well, well. So now that we're following an enemy agent, we could try and take their organizations that are supporting them and make them weaker that way. And we might even be able to, like, capture them. Because this one doesn't seem to have that many stats. Or we could assassinate them. Potentially. Kind of set them back a little bit. Which would be nice. Sveninator Bays on Mars. Man, it's a shame that the aliens are, like, almost here. Because we are literally starting to get going. We're starting to get going, dude. Got that tier 2 mining.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
Nuclear test. Canada has completed a nuclear weapon test to the horror of the world. It gains a nuke and may now build more. All factions with control points in the nation gain one atrocity and suffer a negative shift in public opinion worldwide. It's controlled by the Resistance. The Resistance is going big on nukes. The Resistance keeps making nukes and nuke tests. The timing of this is so sad because Anubis base just completed its tier 2 mine. And we finally back to positive volatiles, 260 water. Then the aliens are gonna be like, we took that personally. Let me see how close they are. According to Intel, they are 2.7 days out. Heading back now. As they approach, they actually flip and burn in order to decelerate. We're on 4 times speed, though. They're here. They have begun bombarding Why Not base. They came back to finish what they started. And there's nothing I can do about it. Rip 53 water, 22 volatiles. Outpost mining complex is destroyed. Outpost core is destroyed. Alien forces have burned it to the ground. We've lost contact with our people there. Now here's the thing. What happens if I just start rebuilding immediately? I guess it just cost you 5 boost. When is my construction module going to be done? What is taking so long? 18th of April, that's in a month. Because I need to reclaim the Martian spot. Okay, well, I don't know if this is what they want, but I'm gonna send another... We're gonna send some more astronauts there. They can just whack-a-mole it. Just to claim it, to make sure another faction doesn't claim it first. Well, what else are they gonna do? They have begun bombarding Sliced Wheat base. Which is not that integral, I don't think. It's like 10 water, 35 metals, 13 volatiles. I think we were just getting it because there was like a fissile material there, so we're probably not even going to rebuild this one. Sorry, Sliced Wheat.
Our people have taken control.
But look on the upside. We have a control point in Serbia? Surely that makes up for it, right? And the outpost core has been destroyed. Sliced Wheat. They burned it to the ground. We've lost contact with all of our people there. They've begun orbital bombardment of Matterhorn. Oh, that's the one that I just started rebuilding. Yo, chill, man. Again. No one's there yet, so I'll just keep rebuilding it, I suppose. Okay, our interests in Ireland need to be defended. Tank Zifrank, where are you? Okay, take the other spot in Serbia. It's actually not that easy.
Removing our enemies.
Ready for my mission. Standing by for orders.
Maybe we
Where
do
to?
something else. Maybe I'll just defend the Serbia point for now.
Securing our control.
Ready for orders.
How do I only have a 2%? Oh, this is an investigation. Never mind. How hard is it to assassinate this counselor? Do we even have the assassinate? Ace Tech, get off the screen. Do we have a 30% to assassinate them? They don't have any traits that I really care about. Like, I might want to yoink a couple of their orgs first, perhaps.
At your service.
Okay. What did I say,
Ready
Ace
for
Tech?
your orders.
Get off the screen. We're gonna try and do a hostile takeover on some of their organizations. We have a 50% to take Thea airspace, which will give us 5 mission control, so we can have more ships potentially, or more habs or outposts and whatnot.
Targeting enemy orcs.
So we'll just target that first. And then Ace Tech, what do? You go defend Ireland.
Securing our control.
Now we need to check our own organization marketplace here, which can basically buff our counselors if we have good options. These are all real-world organizations ranging from scientific establishments to military establishments to criminal to terrorist establishments. Actually, it's everything in between. The good ones we are not eligible for. I'm gonna pass on these. Uh-oh, War of the Worlds base? What did I tell you? They have begun bombarding you right after you got upgraded. Literally, you just finished building. Outpost core destroyed. It's gone! That's not fair, man. Why are the aliens so mean? I don't have that much boost, but I'm just gonna keep using my boost to refound these for now.
Making things safe for our people.
Offering counsel.
I guess I'll have to give up here in a second. A noob? They're going for Anubis base too? That's one of our best ones. This is brutal, man. We were literally days away from finishing. We had just gotten the tier 2 mine like less than a week ago, and now it's gonna be gone.
Securing our interests.
Are stationary defenses on stations or bases not worth the effort? Well, if you've been watching, I have been putting stationary defenses on a bunch of things. However, alien ships versus your stationary defenses right now is like trying to kill a tank with a water gun. How many years do you have until it starts to rust? There's one thing that you guys have to understand about this game, which is that humans suck and are stupid, and aliens are cool and strong and good. Okay, and that everything that we can do is maybe good against humans, but when the aliens come in, your conventional war rules go out the window somewhat. Got some probes going to some different rocks. Anubis base just got exploded. We actually did have a point defense array there, maybe 2, but I doubt that it's able to. Like I said, we had 2 point defense arrays there. Settlement core destroyed, but they didn't have any upgrades, and the aliens would have been able to kick them over anyways. Okay, I don't know how much more the aliens want to kill. I guess I'm just gonna stop rebuilding. Because they're just coming back. I'm just wasting my boosts and resources. Our research and development teams report we are now able to undertake the in-situ resource utilization module project. Dry hull events are less likely to occur at our mines. Lucky strikes are more likely to occur at our mines, and allows us to make a new ship component. That what this does is allow us to basically refuel around planets, in short. I'd have to look up exactly how they work. I believe it's as long as it's a planet that, or like a planetary body that has resources, then they can kind of use the resources that are there. Allows the ship to repropellant at unimproved hab sites that produce all raw materials used in the ship's propellant. Ships that have anything listed as their propellant may repropellant at any site. As long as you don't use antimatter propellant. When it says unimproved hab sites, does that mean that hab sites that don't have a mine? What does unimproved mean there? No base. So as long as it just produces the resources on the planet, you don't even have to have a habitat there. Got another ops center, so we got even more mission control that we can't use right now because we got negative noble metals, and the aliens are just demolishing. I'm just gonna have to let them do what they want.
Asset acquired.
Hostile takeover success.
We'll be ready for new orders soon.
Does anyone have enough space to assign this? Tanks of Frank does. But also you can level up. So here's an admin. Okay, you take the aerospace for now, just so they don't take it back. It's +6 to mission control. Gives us even 6% to mission control priorities, +5 to raw mission control, which is good. Core vocation base is now under attack. They're going scorched Mars. This is a scorched Mars policy.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
Glorp my planet now. Oh! They're not content with that. They're also going to attack my little military fleet that's in high Martian orbit. So, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Well. What should I do? We have to move the Martian defense fleet because if they stay here and engage, then it engages the station as well. They might destroy the station anyway, but I can't take that chance. Or rather, I have to take the chance that they may not attack the station. They just want the fleet. So we're actually going to transfer the fleet. If I scuttle ships, how long does that take? How long, does anyone know how long it takes to scuttle ships? I know that's a weird question. They'll be there in 4.1 hours. Headlong into the enemy sounds like good RP. Save scum and test. When I did it, I think it was instant. The last time we fought them, we had 5 ships, and we still... Everyone died. Now I have 3. So I'm going to just try and scuttle them. Oh my god, it worked. So now what are they going to do? I think they had already left. So they're now transferring to medium Mars orbit. So we'll see. Cowardly Lion Station in high Earth orbit has some point defense arrays. Hi, that's my shipyards. It'd be real cool if you just didn't destroy that. Please, please, alien friends. We're cool now, we're cool. You just killed hundreds of people who were getting resources, okay? I am crippled economically. I have negative 93 volatiles available. So... What am I supposed to do with negative 93 volatiles, by the way? I'm gonna have to dismantle. I gotta figure out what's eating all the volatiles and dismantle everything. Where are you guys going? They're on orbit. I don't know. Oh. They are transferring to Cloud Fortress Station, low Callisto orbit. Their job is done. They actually left the station alone. Holy. Their seemingly unquenchable thirst for violence has finally been sated. They left us alone after giving us a hardcore stare down. We still do have Sveninator base is operational. And Cheese's station is still under construction. It'll be done soon. That's in low Martian orbit. And then we have Biscuit Dough Handsman base that is on Deimos. Now, Deimos base has a bunch of volatiles. It could have more if I upgrade it. So we're going to go ahead and do that as soon. I'm going to wait for the construction module to be done, and then we're going to go. So here's the issue. I need to kind of wait for my construction thingy to be done. The other factions may claim those locations first. If they do, we're just going to have to invent Marines and take them back, basically. So I think we just deal with the negative volatiles for now? Is there a spreadsheet anywhere that shows you what's consuming most of your resources? Maybe if I just do all locations here and sort by volatiles. So the weapon station's taken the most, because shipyards take 3.5 each. Oh, you're negative 30. I don't know how you get 30 from this number. Because this is like 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I wish there was a breakdown somewhere instead of just throwing a number at you and being like, yep, here you go. This is it. Chat, if your comment ends in a question mark, don't hit enter. Okay? Not helpful. That's how you get around it, AV Cody. Put it at the beginning. What if it starts with 1? Well, it didn't say anything about that. There's a Hearts of Iron ledger in the council section. That's true, but it... Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Now we're cooking. So the shipyards are taking the most. Since we can't afford to build new ships anyways, should I just pare down temporarily? Probably. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that you can't just turn off a module when it's convenient and then just turn it back on whenever you want to. I think I would have to like decommission bits of this. Or do you think I just tank it? I think it's easier to just tank it than like decommissioning and then rebuilding everything again. We have like 10 months worth of materials. Maybe we just rebuild within 10 months. The fact that they left the weapon station up is crucial. If they had destroyed this, we'd be really, really bad in trouble. The reason why is because right now, to try to rebuild, if I just tried to do it right this second, each of these locations is going to take over a year just to settle the core, then however much time it takes to upgrade it into mining capable, right? So like well over a year. However, because I can just check out my station, the weapon station has a construction module that is about to be done in less than a month. Once this construction module is done, we don't need to wait a year for the outpost to come up. It can build locally from this construction module in a like 10th of the time. So I'm just gonna wait on all these until that's done. However, yeah, I'm just gonna wait. And if they take over my spots, I'll just take them back with Marines and research Marines. Because we have an orbital station coming in. We just need to kind of be patient until that construction module is ready. 49 water, 15 volatiles. Maybe that's worth. The problem is, yeah, I guess it's worth. Just go ahead and claim it. Build a base on a comet. Build a base on a comet. Achievement unlocked. I don't know if it'll ever actually get built, but may as well just claim it. Throw some people over there and start mining, you know? Wow, it's actually like really far out there. Nice oval shaped orbit. It's pretty cool. But yes, we have cooled down for now. Back to orange. Temporarily. I wonder if I build all those stations again, are they just gonna come right back? Probably. Do I just need to decommission a bunch of ships? There is a Victor 66 just in Earth orbit, surveilling. My war fleet is, notice how they didn't try to come kill this fleet, because they don't think they can. The Earth First Force is right here. I could just start this whole operation over again. They're gonna be like, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson? Why is the station coming up here instead of my own fleet? I guess I'm just gonna let them surveil instead of kicking the hornet's nest a second time. Ooh, Austria is undefended. We'll give that a try then.
Targeting the opposition.
Where do you need me?
Ace Tech, we found some alien assets in Saudi Arabia.
Taking it to him.
So go fight the... bring the weed whacker out. Now we're gonna try and detain this counselor. Stupid protectorate.
We'll grab them.
That's what you get. All right, I need to do a quick check to see if there are any protectorate stations around Earth. There are not. Also, give me the Moon Defense Force. Let's have Foxtrot 48 that just came from quite a depth station transfer to Moon Defense 2 and group up. And join up. I do think scuttling the Mars Defense Fleet was a genius idea instead of just letting them get blown up. We just abandon those ships. We know they're coming for us and that we can't win. So I'm not gonna let you kill me. I'll get a partial refund on my resources. Instead, how about that? Okay, we need to try and take out Papa 4. We are going to equalize our propellant and share Delta V. So we have 6.1 on average. 6.3 actually. All right, we need to engage Papa 4. Hold on. Can anyone explain this? If I use maximum Delta V to intercept, we'll intercept in 0.82 hours, so less than an hour. Target fleet is likely able to escape pursuit. But if I take the most amount of time, 3.5 days, target fleet unlikely. Is it because I have more Delta V saved up from doing a... Oh, that's why. Okay, I figured it out. Never mind. Because I have more Delta V saved in the tank. Okay, Flying Lima Bean's base has got 4 solar arrays powering the outpost. 2-point defense arrays, a supply depot, a settlement mining complex tier 2 coming up. And lots of spare power. So we can actually build the layered defense arrays now. The problem with them is that they do take even more resources that we don't have. And they're still pretty weak, so I'm gonna ignore them for now. I don't know if I should build anything else here, actually. I'm just gonna leave these alone.
I will help them.
Widespread panic about the aliens appears to be breaking out in Bratislava. Rumors of the experiments they're doing on people in the area have led to distrust of the government's ability to keep us safe. Authorities are fearful of civil unrest. Let it run its course. We get unrest, lose cohesion. Calm the public with money and influence. Grant a significant public opinion boost for us, or deploy our forces to quell disturbances. Our democracy score changes by 0.2. Well, I mean, we're humanity first. We're not the most subtle, and we've already got like maximum popularity, so I'm just gonna deploy our forces. We're at full democracy already. 10 out of 10 democracy score.
Target secure.
Also, oh, that's Switzerland. Oh, we actually do need more public opinion here. We're starting to lose our foothold. That being said, we are still pretty high democracy score. I think funding's looking okay. Miltech level's looking okay. We've got a bunch of free mission control to the point where it's like, I don't know, do I really need to go all in on mission control when I can't even afford to take advantage of it right now? We're gonna pull back on this to divert resources to the other bits. Combat imminent. So we caught up to them. We try to engage. So what you're saying is full commit. Max bid. Both fleets spend 5.6 KPS. So they max bid. I'm not gonna let him possibly terrorize or wait for backup. You know what I mean? Worst case scenario, they get another ship up there. And it could be another big ship. I don't know. So should be a pretty straightforward battle, because it's 5 escorts versus 1 escort. Should be very straightforward. Okay, we should have primaries. And we should have... The Sabres should have full missile racks. And then I'm pretty sure their ship just has like 40 mil PDCs. Okay. So we need to, I think to get through those, we're gonna need more missiles than you think, because these are gonna be spread out a little bit. So that's 3 missile bays. I think it's like roughly 4 total that need to be spent. Hopefully that's enough. Oh boy, they're shooting already. We started this fight really close together. I don't like how the combat just starts you within weapons range. I still think that's very weird. Okay, well, hopefully that is enough projectiles, because if it's not, I still have a few left in the tank, but we're gonna need to go restock, which is gonna be prohibitively expensive. Wait, are they running away? I guess that's not a bad strategy, because if they're flying away from our missiles, they have more time to shoot all of them down. I didn't even know you could do that. Am I gonna have to like... Yeah, what am I gonna have to do? Not much gas left, though. Well, that's the thing. The game lets them cheat because they supposedly burned all of their Delta V escaping from us, right? So when we catch them, they're going the same speed as us away. So we'll never catch them unless we accelerate, which I only have 0.6 KPS Delta V. I feel like there should be some mathematical equation there that looks at our cruise speed. And since my cruise speed is faster, they should enter the battle slower than me because I'm supposed to be able to catch them. Does that make sense? Like, why are we going the same speed? I don't know if I actually don't know if any of my missiles will get through. I might have needed to dump the rest of them. Because the CPU is like outplaying me right now. To be honest. I'm getting outplayed. There's my missiles. Imagine if missiles ever changed trajectories instead of just flying in an actual straight line into the bullets. Did they get all the rest of them? Ay, ay, ay. Shouldn't have been greedy, I guess. They've still got plenty of ammo, so I don't think these are going to get through either. Well, may as well just fast forward and find out so we don't have to sit here all day. I think I found the Rocinante, guys, because I can't think of any other reason why one little escort ship will be able to survive 5 other escorts worth of missiles. This is the main character. They seem to have some kind of... I think they have a reactor meltdown is what's happening. I took out their radiators so you can see small explosions happening on their ships. So now they're gonna overheat. They have only the heat sink with no radiators, and the back of their ship is toasted right now. So you can see these little explosions happening on the internals. Let me help you along here, bud. Man, that's crazy. That is crazy. I mean, their ship is like cooking right now, but they might make it out. We kind of just have to wait now. I'm on 15 times speed just to see if they blow up. This is somehow harder than the Star Sector pursuit combats. I think because Star Sector relative speed is much more... Wait, are we gaining on him? Is he... Wait, we don't want to gain on him, though. Can we just end combat before we get close enough for his PDCs to shred us? I'm going to have to actually, like, lock in a target lock on just to make sure that he doesn't shoot us. Any missiles left? No, you dingus. You think if I had any missiles left, I would have already shot them all? We're 5 feet away from him, waving as we go by. And his PDCs are not firing, so he must be overheated. I have no idea. Maybe they're PDC only. Like, maybe they're point defense only, I mean. How do you end a combat? I'm on 15 times just waiting. This is embarrassing. The Moon Defense Force has really not had the most naval success. I would say Earth Defense Force has been the largely most successful. They've destroyed an alien vessel. Oh yeah, the button with the green circles. The enemy commander does not wish to end the battle. Now they do. Unbelievable.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Okay. You guys can't transfer. So what you have to do is land. Wait, can you not land either? Is this the land button that's grayed out? The last time this happened, our entire fleet got wiped out. Because they just spawned in another ship and then we died. All right, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna take a quick BRB because I need to take a bathroom break, go get a drink, get a snack, clear my brain because I'm getting frustrated by not being able to do basic things, AKA skill issue, such as win a 5v1 right now. Maybe missiles just suck. Maybe missiles just suck. If we had railguns, we win that. Because we eventually catch up to them and get close enough for them to just hit. And we just keep firing as we pass. But railguns didn't really work for me that well last time. Okay, let's do a little bit of this. All right, the ad's about to kick in. And then I got to figure out how to rescue the stranded moon fleet that's going to get wiped again by Papa 4 after they can't repair either. They should be out of Delta V. We're both stranded. All right, I'll be right back. This is pain and suffering. Yo. All right, clear my brain, clear my head. Shaking my head. What do I do? I think the answer is actually another orbital, which I need anyways. So we're gonna make an orbital platform around the moon in interface orbit. Immediately crank it up to an orbital core. This will be built fairly quickly. And then give it a supply depot to refuel. That's really what we're missing. Because right now our fleet is stranded. And the only way that we can unstrand it I think is to have an orbital. Or build another ship, which I don't think I can afford. Let me see. Which is still going to take a long time in and of itself. Yeah, I could build one at Quiet Adept Station. It'll take 72 days. It's a long time. And take a bunch of my water, which is a little bit of a precious commodity right now. Moon Defense Fleet is off to a shaky start, I think it's fair to say. Mechanicus really that bad, huh? I don't know, I didn't play it. It's just... It's almost 40 bucks. You know what I mean? Like, you can't make a $40 game and then everybody says it's worse than the first one that came out 8 years ago, you know? Like, why bother? It doesn't seem like they bothered. Why should I? Cheese a station in low Martian orbit. Okay, this is a good one. It's got a supply depot. How expensive? Okay, we really can't build anything onto it until we have more resources. And then all of our Earth stations have got a temporary fission reactor array just to kind of power the skunk works and the ops centers that we're building. We're probably building too many ops centers. I was a little too hopeful. I think I expected too much. We were kind of rolling in terms of filling up our mission control, and now I might need to decommission some of those. We've completed solar steamers, long-range cargo transports. Basically makes deliveries of HAB modules faster for things like settling distant asteroids and whatnot. Okay, what I need is Marines. We need a Marine assault unit. Possibly go take over some other stations and whatnot. Like, for example, the moon. But yeah, I mean, it's 40 bucks for a new game that's a sequel to, like, kind of a, I would call it a cult classic from 8 years ago, a modern cult classic, shall we say, because it just kind of had like a little devoted following. It wasn't like a massive game. And it's ostensibly the same developers. I don't know how much turnover they've had in 8 years, or how much their publisher is influencing it. Because the thing is, if you look at their publisher, it's not exactly a ton of amazing games. Maybe some of you like a few of them here and there on there, but it's like, I don't know how much of it is. This is the publisher for Mechanicus. Like Rise of Industry 2, Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop, don't really know it. Sweet Dreams Alex, don't really know it. Ixion, which got positive reviews, but didn't really look like my kind of game, and nobody really talks about it. I don't really know what Recipe for Disaster is. City of Gangsters, don't know if Filament. Rise of Industry. I have Project High Rise. I don't know if I've played it. That one's old though. It's like 2016. You're getting real old here. So I don't know.
Target secure.
But either way, I don't know if Mechanics is going to do very well if all the initial reviews are like only 60% positive.
Threats.
Steam reviews are pretty powerful. They influence me. Hey, we took a spot in Austria. Nice. But especially for sequels to games that people already liked, the burden of proving it's going to be good is, you know, it's not like thing comes out so we have to like it or something. It's like you got to earn the money back by showing that you're doing something different or iterating or at least doing more of what people loved in the first place. Or if people didn't like it, then how have you made improvements or whatever? It can't just be, well, we released a thing, so we need money because it's got your favorite thing on it. You love Warhammer 40K, right, guys? Like you gotta have something there that justifies its existence. If you like Frostpunk, it's a cooler version of it. I thought Frostpunk was novel and interesting when it came out, but largely overrated in hindsight. The kind of game that does not hold up in 2026. Like, I would not at this stage, if you had asked me when Frostpunk came out, which was also 2018, I would have been like, this game is really cool, highly recommend. Nowadays, I would not recommend anyone new. If you're like, oh, I haven't played Frostpunk, I'd be like, that's fine. you don't need to. So I wouldn't really like recommend it nowadays. Solar Mirror Project. Okay, I gotta remember how this works. A focusing mirror that directs extra sunlight to the planet below, or planets, potentially augmenting surface solar power module output. +2 production to all solar power modules multiplied by their module tier. Bonus supplies if placed in the L1 between a planet and the sun, applies to all bases in the planetary system. That's what I'm doing. Mass increases based on distance from the sun. How does mass factor in? Is it like resource cost? They may produce a max of 8 times their baseline max. I don't know if that's the #1 thing I want, but I do want it. Wait, what am I researching? Oh, Marine Assault Unit. Okay, well, I also want Marine Platoon Barracks, right? Supports a counselor assaulting enemy HABs from an interface orbit or a friendly HAB on the same planet. It's pretty cheap. I'll just do both. That way I have options. Okay, then I want to see how expensive this is. So we have a station at the Sun-Earth Lagrange point. Retrograde, that's you. It's not done yet, but it will be done this year. So we'll come back to it when it is. Done in August. Epsilon. Criminal. We've got a number of those criminal orgs I don't think we benefit from, really. In fact, I don't think we benefit from most of these, except maybe the research bonus one is okay. Material science and information science, kind of nifty. I just wish we had more points. Ace Tech, time for administration upgrade. So let me check Terminus. Because Terminus, you've got max administration, but you have like 26 totals. We need you to get a little bit more, and then we can remove one of these and swap them over. I'm gonna take this off of Tanks of Frank. Put it on Ace Tech. Shifting stuff around. Can anyone else hold the airspace? Nope. Okay, I might. What do you think is more important, information science or material science? I don't think I can have both. Probably, I feel like materials is. No, I don't know. Maybe neither. I'll pass. Neither. All right, keep. They did defend Austria, but we took it anyways because we now. Why do we have such a high chance? They're over their control point cap by a lot. What does the Protectorate even have that's over their control point cap? What nations do they control? They control Indonesia, Turkey, Algeria, part of Kazakhstan, South Africa, Ethiopia, Ivory Coast, Oman, Costa Rica, Syria, Sudan. Are you just spread out like really thin into like smaller areas? I don't know. Okay, Ace Tech, go attack alien growths around the world. And then did we capture this dude? Yeah, we did. Okay, Terminus captured an enemy agent. We're just kind of chilling with them now, I guess. And we could try and take their orgs, or we could I'm just gonna keep them detained for now.
We'll bring them in.
Just lock them down. The servants still in China and India?
Offering assistance.
I don't know. The US is still Academy and servants, and the servants have China, most of it. We've completed a construction module at Citroen Base on Arrows. The Cheeto! Also PB for you. Also Gilgamesh Base on the series. Also 69 Cliché 420 Base. Construction module at the weapon station in Mars orbit. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I kind of regret well, no, Eros is good because of the fissiles. I think let's go ahead and just get this up to a settlement core. See, look at this. Now it's only gonna take 36 days. And if I want to use the construction module to build a station around it, it'll take a low amount of time there also. I don't know when it's correct to have a station around your little outpost like this. But I wanted to have the option to, so I went ahead and put a construction module in just in case I want a station later. PB for you, go to bed base. All right, I guess we do have enough mission control to go around. This place has got 35 thistles. Gilgamesh has got 115 water, so I want to get some of these to start upgrading. And then 69 Cliché 420 base on Cadmus. Got 11 fissiles. And then the most important one, potentially, is the weapon base. So this construction module is critical because now I can go back to Mars and try and get back into some of the sites that we were in before. But I might need to kick some other people out if they've been, I don't know if they've been taking them or not. They didn't take Arcadia Planitia. That was one that got destroyed. I think that's where War of the Worlds base was. Check this out, 30 days. So this number before was 325 to send those resources from Earth. But now that we have a construction module on our orbital around Mars, narrow that down to 30 days, 1/10 of the time. So get that going, and then we're gonna go straight into a settlement core, which is only a 60-day instead of hundreds. I need as many volatiles back as I can get. I think we had a couple more here that may have gotten yoinked. We had Argyre. For sure, because that one's pretty juiced with almost 60 water and 42 volatiles. I guess there's nothing stopping me from starting the mining section of this and getting the fishing piles back. And just having those queued up simultaneously. Okay, this will now be done 13th of March. Why is this? It seems like the game's confused when you do this. This is the danger, I suppose. Unfortunately, because we queued this outpost up before we had the construction module finished, it does not update to a new faster time after the construction module's done. Toyota Corolla. Sinless Moon, are you okay? The servants own China. You could also end it here, in my opinion. 2 up arrow, cheeky eyeball face. Cool. Anyway, they only own 2/3 of it. Number 1. Number 2, they're the weakest faction in the game right now. They don't even have a single orbital or warship. And number 3, if they own China, like, you can't control everything. Last game, for example, I controlled China. They took over the US because I don't have enough control point cap for both. If you take over the US, they can take China. Like, you can't have everything. They're going to get something. That's kind of the whole point of the game. Your job is to figure out how to deal with that and how to contend with it. That is why the servant campaign is the easiest campaign. Because no matter what you do in the early to mid game, they'll have some edges. You just play whack-a-mole. The Protectorate don't control either of those, and they're way more of a threat to me right now than the servants are. Okay, so we got the mines queued back up. We might have had someone claim one out from under us. I don't remember all the names of the ones that we had before. Might be worth going to Arabia Terra just for the volatiles, to be honest. Okay, looking good. Oh yeah, Isidis Planitia was good for the nobles. You are right. The aliens are like, did I tell him he could go resettle even more than he had before? So unfortunately, we are set back by the amount of time it takes us to upgrade all these to tier 2, which is a lot of days, you know, it's like 5 months or something like that just to rebuild. But we gotta. We just gotta do it. I think that's all the ones that are really worth gunning for right now. Though you could argue that it might be worth just claiming more just to claim them. So I will. Like, we are making use of the new construction module, I'll tell you that. All right, they're all queued up now. We are burning through mission control like it's going out of style.
We've got the package.
he's escaped custody, and then we just detain him again. There's not really that much benefit in continuously detaining him, other than I just want to annoy the Protectorate. Outpost core at 8 Vest Simius Cato base on Ceres. And Taco Tyler station in low Ceres orbit. We'll look at that in a minute. So we're getting some water from Ceres. We're getting a little bit, we're getting positive nobles from Ceres, and we're getting a little volatiles from Ceres as well. Let me see. We picked up increased activity at alien habitats. We believe they may be preparing retaliatory strikes on our assets. Already? They're already red again. Is it because I just claimed too many sites just now? Or is it because of these new stations on Ceres that just got done being built? Or both.
Bob, what'd you see in Reg A? Standby, Gene. We're seeing high super. Standby.
100 MC is a hard cap, I think. I feel like I do remember reading that the other day, but I think it's kind of dumb that that information is hidden in a way that requires you to go to a wiki to find that out. I understand that they want to be a little bit vague in terms of this meter being more thematic. But if they do have like a little hard cap under the hood, then just put that on the UI. You know what I mean? If I just decommission one of our bases on Mars, it's gonna take too long. There's also, I don't think there's a way to cancel one that is being built in progress. Like you can't stop it once it's started building. I say just let them come blow some more stuff up. If they're gonna come blow some stuff up anyway, then let's go blow their stuff up. I will save first though. Target fleet is likely able to escape pursuit, but are they too cocky? Will they escape pursuit? $800 kilometers. Alien particle cannon. 60% thermal damage. 144 megajoules at 500 kilometers. 3 shots over 6 seconds. They have an alien point defense laser turret. They only have 1 PD. Then they have the Star Torpedo Bay. Okay, so I think we go in. Probe has arrived. 30 nobles at Rivers Crossing? Take me there. $710 days. See you in 710 days. Intercepting Victor 66. Both fleets are willing to fight. Well, well, well. Are we dead? About to find out. Eight v1. You think that's enough? I don't think they have that much in point defense. I think that's why we win. Okay, set target. We want everyone to target lock. Nose forward. We are going to have the boomerang reserve 1 missile pod for point defense purposes. Because I'm not sure if we can intercept their I assume they have torpedoes and we can therefore intercept the torpedoes. The question I have to ask is, are the rest of the torpedo pods by themselves enough? I might save 2. Everyone else, missile bays open. That's 14 total missile bays. By saying you'll save 2, you just jinxed it. Let it ride! We ball! The forces of humanity first need a dub right now. The rotation's pretty cool. I don't know why they're spinning. Do we have the same range? I'm trying to figure out when they launched their... Oop. Exactly that. I was trying to figure out when they launched their torpedoes. The answer is right now. I hear loud noises. Point defense torpedoes are away. Or sorry, point defense missiles to intercept the torpedoes are away. So these little pink dots in the distance, 1 pixel on your screen, those are enemy torpedoes. These little red dots are friendly missiles. So if they're doing it correctly, we should have 2 missiles per torpedo coming out right now. Which I do have to say, I appreciate that they didn't just mag dump all of their point defense. Like, they actually reserved some. And then these are the offensive missiles. Look at this beautiful volley. I hope it's enough. What are these? Did I speak too soon about mag dumping the point defense missiles? And then a couple of our missile bays are getting ECM jammed. Oh no. Wow, their ECM is cracked. They can ECM jam 5 separate torpedo bays? Oh, we might be dead. We'll see. Oh. Enemy torpedo right here. Intercepted. I don't think I needed 2 bays firing point defense. What are these doing? Were those the rest of the... Did I just speak too soon about them mag dumping point defense and they just mag dumped the other point defense in a panic situation and those just floated off into space? Well, I take back everything I said about the devs just now. I guess I should have just toggled them off manually. 1 bay for each one would have been fine. Okay, pretty shortly, they're gonna start shooting with their lasers. And then it's gonna get real spicy. Gotta, I assume, can we eventually overcome ECM or no? I'm not sure how much targeting. Oh, there's the lasers. We are tanking. So I believe this is mostly, this yellow laser I think affects internals and systems. So we'll see what it ends up doing, but... Radiation damage bypasses armor. Penetrating damage to systems. Vector thrusters have been damaged, slowing turn rate. They're offering a peace deal. Oh, they're ready to... they're ready to end? They're like, hey, so... Those torpedoes were supposed to kill you, by the way. The Earth in the background is very noble looking. This is humanity's hope right here. This is our hope. They do be pew-pewing. We got an exclamation. The ship can no longer maneuver. So they've disabled one of our vessels, but they haven't destroyed it yet. Got some nose damage. Too bad we can't get those 16 missiles out. All right, when is their point defense going to start firing, and then we find out how screwed we are? Oh, the map screen? Perfect. Oh, I hear missiles. I see no reason not to dump these just in case. We have overcome some ECM. Oh, there's their point defense. All the missiles glimmering against the backdrop of space. Getting closer. Oh, there's the thrusters. 1,000 key blast attack. Oh, hold on. Get him! We need more! Tanky. He's tanky, dude. No casualties. We are gonna have to pay for a refuel and a little repair. Another victory for humanity. No more surveilling us, man. Now they're gonna be real pissed. Okay, launch to Dr. Skelly Station. And then I want to see how expensive it is to refuel and repair. Settlement mining complex. Upgraded on Luna. Us and Papa 4 are still stranded out here. Oh, so stupid. Okay, so getting a little bit more water, a little bit more fissiles from our moon base. Every bit helps at this stage, to be honest. And then Cowardly Lion in high Earth orbit has just got power. Working on an ops center that we probably don't need yet. Project complete. Marine assault unit allows construction of the following ship components, so you can put those on a ship. Allows a ship to launch assaults on HABs. It's interesting. Interesting. I don't know. What is the best? I don't remember, is Ionic Dust Radiator any good? It seems really heavy. And takes a ton of volatiles. I'm just gonna say no. Obsolete. Now for drives, we might want some of these for travel. So what's better for travel? The E-beam drive? That's 19.62 kps. Exhaust velocity. The Lars is also 19.62. Oh yeah, I wanted the particle drive. That's right, we do want the particle drive. For the bigger ships. We need the particle for combat ships. Let's do that first then. Okay, Humanity First is docked at Dr. Skelly Station. Resupply is 78 water, 25 volatiles, and some other resources. Let's start resupplying and get the missiles back. All right, and then we want to repair. But we need to go to a shipyard to repair. So we can just split the fleet. So we don't have to send everyone. And then they can go transfer up to Kiera B for repairs. Adversaries have cracked down in Austria. To be fair, I probably should have just defended it instead of being lazy. Marine Platoon Barracks. All right, so what this does is if you build it in space, It allows you to A, defend your hab interests, and B, support a counselor assaulting enemy habs from an interface orbit or a friendly hab on the same planet. So you can send your counselors. It's kind of cool. Chat, between the drives that I have, which one's the best for travel? Like, the Ion seems the best, but I guess it takes water propellant when you might prefer to have base metals or something. Because, like, the E-beam uses metals. The Ion has, like, way more exhaust velo. There's a useful chart. I do not want to see your old stinky chart. I remember specifically 2 months ago looking at charts, and then every chart was like, this chart's out of date. They patched it again since then. So it's just not worth looking at. I looked at 3 or 4 different threads, each with different charts, each that had comments that said they were all out of date. I think Ion is the best, but only if you're willing to use a bunch of water propellant, which we normally are. So I'm gonna go ahead and research Ion. And that may unlock a grid drive also. They're very cheap. Crackdown in Austria. Man, they really want that Austria point. Okay, repair and resupply once we have enough water. Damn, that really does take all the water. Maybe we just loiter there for a bit.
The LZ is secure.
Only 35% Ace Tech, do better. The servants are set to lead nuclear fusion. That does not matter at all. Patrol vessels. We can now make a frigate, a monitor, a destroyer. Vector thrusters, 8-inch gun batteries will be deployed on Tier 2 defensive and 3 defensive station modules. May unlock fleet combatants. So some new ship types have just become available. I'll get in situ as well, because we'll need that potentially. I think that's a bit ambitious on my part, but we'll see.
We are in control now.
Purge success. So what are the aliens doing? They haven't done anything yet. We're red, but they haven't done anything yet. Okay, let's try and get
Power.
the big seat in Austria.
Reporting in.
Restless, you help
Protecting
defend
our interests.
Austria.
Standing by.
Where to?
I'm here.
Acknowledged.
Okay, and then
Ready to go.
Terminus. I don't know what to do with you. Maybe steal this other engineering project. From the Protectorate guy? Sure. I like that.
Targeting their assets.
I need someone else to defend, though.
Ready for orders.
So, Ace Tech, you're
What's the
coming
op?
out of retirement to defend. Oh my god, all these are just kind of annoying, like Slovenia. Maybe it's better to just bring Slovenia in, then you don't have to defend it, so just set national policy
Heading to the
instead.
capital.
Kind of does the same thing.
Making things safe for our people.
Offering counsel.
Okay, so I think we're kind of just chilling. Wow, that was fast. Ion drive is already done. So this thing's got like 4 to 5 times more exhaust velocity than any other engine we've got for long distance travel. We're gonna need some fission outpost kits, probably. Which is pretty quick, because that'll let us build a ship whose purpose is to construct outposts and then use in-situ resource utilization to refuel themselves. And then if we want to get real fancy, if we have 3 utility slots, we could put Marines on them or something instead of the construction module and then go take over other people's stuff. Don't listen to Ori. You will get muted. That is just something that's going to happen. How about... let's listen to... something that we haven't listened to recently. How far back do I need to go? Oh boy. I think, chat, we're out of music. Completely out. We have listened to Stellaris recently. Like, all of it. The whole thing. We've listened to all of X4. We listened to all Endless Space. What else is there? Hit me with a good sci-fi game soundtrack that's not FTL. The only song from Prey. We have listened to that recently, too. Ixion, Starbound, Into the Breach, Subnautica. Ixion's okay. We've listened to it before. It's okay. It has some, like, harsh music in it that I have to skip. Rebel Outlaw. I don't know if that's on Spotify. Civ Beyond Earth. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot. Hostile takeover failure, 86% success, rolled an 86.3. Ouch. It's rough. Our adversaries have conducted a crackdown of our legislature point in Austria. Wow, they did that. Didn't I just defend it? And I guess we don't have very much popular support there. That's true. They're coming for me. So the servants and the protectors are both doing crackdowns on Austria.
Mission complete.
Okay, we are going to unify Slovenia. Welcome to the European Union Nation, you have joined us. We grow larger. Nuclear test detected. Japan has completed a nuclear weapons test. All factions with control points there gain an atrocity. The initiative has nukes. Protector Fleet Papa 5 has arrived in low lunar orbit. Ripperonis. This is exactly what I was afraid of. We don't have any missiles or fuel, so about to be GG for Moon Defense 2. Well, that'll get us back under 100 mission control. Oh my god. Like, it would take a long time, but I could transfer the Earth First fleet over to the moon, but that would take a lot of fuel. And also 1.5 weeks. Kind of just waiting on this. I probably should not have built an orbital core first. I should have just built the regular thing
You're go to go out, and once you get out, maybe Jack and
instead of starting with the orbital core and the resupply depot.
a little high in pressure. Okay.
Also, ad starting right now. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. 3 minutes of mid-rolls. I'm gonna take a quick BRB while the Protectorate mercs my fleet, who cannot fight back. We have no missiles and we have no fuel. They're just floating around moon. We've lost mass media to the initiative. Huh, interesting.
Our enemies are still in control.
Purge failure. They haven't attacked yet. They're going to, though. I would assume. Tanks of Frank's investments have borne fruit. Well done. Keep it up. 1,800 bucks into our reserve. Thanks, Tanks of Frank, the criminal, who I won't ask where you got that money from. Iceland and Denmark have ended their alliance. That would be a significant bit of news, I think. Okay, we need to
Out here,
defend the EU.
protecting our interests.
Protect our
Standing
interests.
by for orders.
All right, be back in just a minute. Thanks for watching. Well. I just spilled some Coke. Luckily, not that much. What is this spooky background music? If you don't like the music, blame the one chatter who suggested the soundtrack. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. I cleaned. Did it get on my mouse? How did it get on my mouse? You never spilled Coca-Cola on your mouse before? Hasn't everyone? All right, what's up? Taco Tyler, thank you for the sub earlier. Appreciate the 60 months. Happy 5 years. Thank you for 5 years of subbing. Getsune no mail, so arriving for 46 months. Apologies that I missed it, but thank you for the sub. Johnny also slipping in there an hour ago. Howdy, Johnny. Thank you. Is your base still live? I think it is. No, there's a Juni, not Johnny. Close. Z and X. Never mind. Your base is dead. You didn't have one. Paul, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Also, appreciate very, very much the 5 subs in one. That's a huge giga sub. And over 6 years also. I'm struggling right now. No, I had one. They died. Oh, okay. Well, then you died. Very sad. Paul as good as 5 other subs confirmed. Circa, thank you for dropping the prime. And welcome back. Okay, how play game? We are struggling right now. We are just fighting over
Removing our enemies.
Austria
Ready for
back and forth.
We must persuade the people.
Back and forth.
At your service.
Okay, Sinless. Keep advising.
I will help.
Ready to
Ace
go.
Tech's defending.
At your service.
Got a level up for Sinless Moon. Okay. And then the org marketplace. Epsilon organization from Vienna. Interesting. I don't think I want any of these. All the good ones seem to have been picked over for the most part, and we just kind of have to steal the organizations from other factions at this point.
Offering support.
Securing our control.
Okay, so I think at the stage we're sort of just in limbo, where we have to wait for our Martian rebuild to be complete, and then we have no idea what the
Org
aliens
acquired.
are doing to retaliate against us. Okay, just stole an engineering org that is a research bonus. I'm just going to temporarily put it on Tanks of Frank because I don't have anywhere else for it to go. So no one else steals it out from under us. Fission outpost kit research done. We're going to need to design some new ships here in a minute. I don't know if space tugs do anything right now. High thrust probes might. Probes arrive at their destination 100% faster. We'll get that for later. I feel like we're
Public
losing
sentiment is
research.
increasingly with us.
Thought we were close to 2.5k. Now we're at 2.3. I'm starting to think Super EU is, well, no, I guess it's comparable to the US and China in terms of investment points. We have more than both of them. Now that's a probe site. 51 volatiles, 34 water? If we just keep founding outposts... Here's a question. Do you guys think this game would be better or worse if multiple factions could try to found an outpost simultaneously, but the first one to actually get there is the one that gets the claim instead of getting the claim immediately, even though you don't actually build the thing until 446 days away? So that multiple factions could launch simultaneously and you don't know what the other ones are doing, so they might have already sent people out. The reason why I'm thinking about that is you're sort of disincentivized from using the ships that have long distance travel and modules equipped, because if you take a long time to do that and someone else just clicks found outpost, they automatically claim it before your ships get there. Now you could bring Marines and fix that, but it feels cheap to be like, well, I could make a ship and then go through all the micromanagement of sending it out there, and then maybe another faction grabs it in the like 90 days or more it takes us to get out there. Versus clicking a button and having it magically be claimed. Because right now I'm thinking maybe I should just not claim this and then build a ship, but what if the time it takes me to build the ship and send it out there, someone else has just clicked found outpost? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always better to just do it this way, I guess. I don't know. Bombard it? Can you bombard a base? I guess you can bombard a base that's under construction. So maybe I'll just wait. You just have to destroy it. But what if it's a friendly faction? It's messed up, man. Oh boy. Bases, modules are complete. We got tier 2 settlement core. The problem with all these cores are that we don't have enough resources to do the full patch of upgrades that I want to do. I'm not sure how I feel about this soundtrack so far. So this is the same amount of water and the same amount of volatiles a month. Slightly more fissiles. So it seems like it's just better to do the 128. And that only takes 81 days to build because the construction module shaves off 10% build time. But like this costs noble metals a month. So a layered defense array feels kind of bad to build right now. For that reason, we just don't have the resources for it. But I think we just go straight to upgrading it to tier 2. And just waste no time on that. Okay, PB for you, go to bed base. You're here for just strict fissiles. So we can get you power, plus a tier 2 mine. Okay, then series, which I can't believe the aliens have let this live. They're probably gonna be on their way to destroy it here soon. Wait. We don't have enough resources for that. Cancel. Okay, we're gonna have to chill on that one. Ironically, series is the one that we really need to upgrade the most. We'll come back to it. But if I start upgrading it, then we're actually going to be negative water, so I can't start upgrading it until some of the other upgrades happen on Mars that we're waiting on right now. At least we're positive noble metals, but we're running out of volatiles quickly. Control point lost. I'm getting bullied in Austria.
We're in control here.
Oh. Never mind, we are so back. To the mass media point. We're just playing musical chairs right now. Resource complete, or project complete, resource utilization module. So that's a new ship component for long distance travel. Fleet combatants allows construction of cruisers, battle cruisers, and battleships. Very cool. I wish I could build them, but I can't. I think it's time to go thermal mining and get 15% more water from our mines. That one just seems like a desirable thing. That would help. We've consolidated control in Finland. Ooh. So Finland can federate. All right, we gotta change soundtracks. Whoever picked this, there's just a bunch of ambient songs. What do we got? Why are there only like 5 space soundtracks that are actually spacey? I guess we just go back to the old familiar wells. Actually, I used to listen to this soundtrack. I don't remember if it muted the VOD. No, never mind. Half the problem with some of these soundtracks is there's like 5 or 6 good songs on them, and then there's like 10 kind of aggressive, grungy, ambient songs that you don't really want to listen to unless it's part of a game experience, you know? Like, you don't just want to... They don't have melody or something that is on its face listenable. Dome Keeper's good. Kind of spacey. There we go. Okay, keep fighting over Austria.
Targeting the opposition.
Ready for my mission.
And then
Where do you need me?
Terminus, go set national policy.
Heading to the capital.
And
Reporting
Ace
in.
Tech make them work for the Austria control point and just defend it.
Securing our interests.
I will help them.
I will help them.
Protecting our interests.
Okay, they protected their point too. Xiphos? There's a ton of volatiles on this rock. Oh, this is Palace. I know that place from The Expanse. Wouldn't that be cool if Palace existed in real life? We have completed the construction of a new Ops Center on Mars. We got room for even more mission control. I doubt the aliens would appreciate that much. Got a skunk works. We have a lot of potential available power that we kind of don't need this many of. Like, I'd like to just do some upgrades, but the super fission reactor array upgrades do cost like a bunch of materials we don't have. Until we get some noble metals from somewhere. All right, I need to name some new stations. So we're gonna do that here in a second. This one is in low lunar orbit. Oh my God. This is the one that I've been waiting for.
Okay, Bob, how are you ready now?
Solar arrays here are 62 power.
Okay, I hit the box switch on my audio pen. It did.
I don't know if we need 4,
Okay, Bob, the only thing I said,
but their monthly maintenance isn't too bad, so I'm just gonna build them ahead of time and kind of fill in after.
our TV off the, not all of it, but right through the bare metal on the hammer.
Okay, let me see
Sometime in previous 2 days. No problem, it's just,
which ones we need to name.
okay, copy that. Copy the usual letter. Couple of on today, right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need 10 base names. So I'm about to open it up to you, chat. You just check your channel point redemptions. And it's about to toggle on. There you go. They're in. So this new lunar base, or this new lunar orbital, is now Jade Coral Station. Then this Martian outpost that's getting a 69 water currently. Johnny, didn't you already have a base that exploded? Didn't you already admit to that? Secluded Dreams base. My one chance and I blow it. Look what you did, Foxdot. Look what you did. Foxdot gift base has water, volatiles, is being rebuilt in the ashes. You're probably building on top of like the corpses of all the scientists and miners that were there before. Drilling resources. Johnny 2. That random girl base. You've got a little bit of volatiles and some water. You're just there to support. When are you gonna be done? 18th of June? That's in a couple weeks. Okay, so we're about to get a bunch of Martian bases back just in time for the aliens to redeploy and kill them again. 145 1815. Why, when you were doing your username, did you just mash a bunch of different keys on the numpad? Previously subscribed for 7 months. So you've either never shared a sub before, or you just changed your name because you only have 2 chat messages, and this was one of them, so that's impressive. Okay, who else is there? Mr. Sharp's base? 20 water, 19 volatiles. Honestly, you're one of the least important ones, but hey, you're here. And then Logan base is on a comet. You're flying around our solar system on the back of a comet. Bo Ernest base. And then on another planetary body, Eagle. Don't know what that is. Aeronor. Base. Got 54 volatiles. We're waiting till next year. You're not going to be ready for a while. And then finally, who did I miss? Spending the alt account's channel points. And also gifted a sub to Lion Kingler. Enjoy your gift sub. Oh, Ockrane. Ockrane base. Rivers Crossing, Merapi. You're not going to be done until 2034, so we'll probably never hear from you again. Like, your stuff's going to take 666 days just to build, which is pretty cursed. But there you go. Anyway, the new Jade Coral Station. Your benefit is that we can now transfer to you with our moon defense fleet that is currently out of fuel and out of resources. And then we can work on trying to resupply to save these ships. We are trying to save these ships. Our staff have identified Ensign Beru Nandakumar as a prime candidate for promotion. According to reports, throughout the course of their duties as damage control officer on the Earth First Arbalest, they have consistently demonstrated high levels of performance in their role and professionalism. As a result, we're proud to offer them a promotion to sub-lieutenant. Okay, so I don't really know how to track how this works, but apparently each ship that survives combat can have like promotions that make them a little bit better. I don't know how it makes them better, but they kind of get some sort of veterancy.
We can speculate about where these bloody things came from until the cows come home. But right now, all that matters is whether or not we've got something that can put a bullet square between whatever the hell they call eyes. Commander Fiona Iwade, secure correspondence.
True. This is the first time we've heard global research be done in what feels like an eternity. Have you noticed that? Because we've been held hostage on the global research scale, and I'm the one that did all the research for the railguns. So we're gonna learn how to fire slugs that pierce the densest armor at extreme distance. The degree of energy involved raises significant issues regarding heat and recoil. But the more severe limitations, durability, due to the sustained physical contact required between high velo rounds and the rifle's charged barrel. But researchers are confident that we'll get more discoveries in this field. Railgun batteries and basic rail cannons are now available. Is it finally time to do the mission to Venus? Like, what? Like, I've been wanting to do advanced missile warfare doctrine so we could just try and go all in on missiles, but it's a 30K tech, which scares me. Space navies. Improved ECM module. Self-repairing software. E-beam batteries, the electron lance. I don't know if those are any good. And I don't feel like looking at the whole tech tree to try to find out where to go next, because I honestly don't know. Terrestrial militaries. Don't really care about those that much. Space Medical Center. I guess I'm just gonna do... This is improved railgun batteries and rail cannon, which will help our point defense. So I'm gonna do magnetic force manipulation. And it's cheap, so we can research it pretty quick. Speaking of, there's railgun batteries. We'll do that here in a minute, because we have some researches that are about to finish up right now, actually. There's high thrust probes. Probes arrive at destinations 100% faster. Pretty cool. And then I'm gonna go straight into railguns. And then we get the particle drive. Humanity First! Fleet Moondef 2 has arrived at Jade Quarrel Station. So how much is it to resupply? 480 water. The water situation is out of control. The water situation is out of control. Jade Quarrel Station, you need some freaking layered defense arrays. Which won't be done for 90 days. So instead I'm gonna build these point defense arrays first just to have something. Those will be done in 30 days, but then we won't have power till 60 days. Oh dear. Pain and suffering. It's gonna cost like, I'm gonna do the, uh-oh, hang on. I gotta stop clicking buttons so fast. Okay, I didn't use that much boost, we're fine. Thought I just burned a whole bunch of boost. These aren't gonna be done till 11th of September. One or two good asteroid mining bases and you'll be swimming in water. Well, yeah, if the aliens didn't come back and like blow everything up every few months, I'd be swimming in water right now if they didn't just destroy 5 of my Martian bases, you know?
Okay, I hit the box switch on my audio pin. It did, yeah, when I picked up my glove. Okay, Bob, the only thing I said,
Hey, Bob,
point interest,
Bob, I'm just yapping in your ear, Bob.
not all of it, but right through the bare metal on a hammer.
Supports a counselor assaulting enemy halves from an interface orbit. That's exactly what I want. A Marine platoon barracks.
Okay, copy that. Copy the use later. Cover gloves on. Yes, sir. I tell you, we have become very respectful of the dust. Copy that. Oh, yeah, cover.
Okay, we're just gonna go with that for now. Then we can do some moon assaults from some counselor action, get Ace Tech into space.
Policy direction complete.
Okay, we are going to unify Croatia first. Croatia, welcome to the European Union super country. Come on in. Welcome aboard. We have completed the particle drive project. Allows construction of the following ship components. Many sizes of particle drive because it's multiple engines. And we're gonna actually take a look at upgrading our ship design for the first time in forever. +4 to assassinate missions, and it's only a 500 research. I think just go ahead and knock that out. It's like really fast. And maybe we try to take out some of the other opposing counselors or something. We've consolidated executive control in Bosnia.
Our people have taken control.
And we need to ally them. Purge mission success! Okay. Coming back for you, Austria. We got 2 out of 3 again. We're just gonna bother you. There's some good, like, asteroids being detected right now. We just can't settle them all. All right, I think the Mars mines should be coming back here soon, but we need to upgrade them. That's only gonna be the tier 1. Austria's like that's so petty. We've controlled Hungary for forever. Austria, they see that we're coming for them and they're like, how can I make this annoying for you? I know, I'll break the alliance with your faction. Okay. Well, we're gonna get Hungary in at some point soon, I think. The other factions are ahead of us in developing powerful warships. I know, man. Also, this soundtrack's too sleepy. I can't. I'm just antsy, man. I'm just really antsy. Does anyone remember if the Returnal soundtrack is too intense? Is it too crazy? I think it was pretty crazy, right? There's a bunch of like creepy songs on it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, a little too creepy. How about the Ascent? Try that out. So check out these new ship sizes we got. We got frigates, we got monitors, we got destroyers. So monitor is what we're interested in if we're doing missile spam, because look, they got quad missile hull hard points. So 2 times the payload. And then on top of that, they got a 3rd utility slot. Now the trick is they're heavier because they're larger. Those do not seem like they're the same class as ship. These look totally different. Now, in a perfect world, every faction ship would have a different design. I don't think that they're different, but I'm not sure. That would be a perfect world. So we just finished the particle drive, which has twice as much combat thrust as the Pebble. So if we put the Pebble on there just for comparison, and throw maximum thrusters on the back of it. The question is a compact fission reactor enough power for a ship like this? Required power is 5.4 gigawatts. This can put out 20 gigawatts total. And the efficiency is like 87.5%. Okay, let's just keep looking. So radiators, we got the nanotube filament radiators that are gonna let us transfer heat. Then we don't need a heat sink as long as we keep the radiators extended, which they're not completely compact, but they're like less vulnerable than the ones that we were using before. Then for utility modules, we do have more utility modules now than we had before. So let's just say this is gonna be a combat ship with just all the Viper missile bays that we can throw in there, right? You could do torpedoes instead, but the torpedoes have 6 shots. Does anyone know, do torpedoes take more damage to intercept? You know what I mean? Like, does it take multiple hits to point defense intercept a torpedo compared to like 1 hit for a missile or something? Like, are they tankier at all? Are we winning yet? No. Definitely not. Those quad Viper missile bays are kind of tempting. Okay, for utilities, if we can throw a magazine in there, it is going to take 100 tons, but it's 50% more ammo, which is kind of cracked. It does cost more resources. What's the difference between missiles and torpedoes? What's what you think? Missiles are lower payloads, more agile. They can also be used as point defense. Torpedoes are thick, large payload. More damage, but slow. Or at least I would assume they're slow. Chat says they might be faster. Are they faster? I guess the torpedo is faster, but there's fewer of them. That's interesting, yeah. There's 7.5 kps. Delta V. But here's the thing, right? The acceleration of the Vipers is 18.3 Gs. The acceleration of the Apollo is 9.1 Gs. So Vipers have twice as much acceleration. Does that matter when determining speed? Because the warhead mass of this is 500 kilograms. Torpedoes are significantly harder for enemy point defense to intercept. So I guess the downside of them is that there's fewer of them. There's only 6 versus 16 with magazines. Or no, without magazines. I think I don't want to pivot. I kind of just want to keep just throwing as many missiles on there as I can. And see what happens. However, I might do the 40 mil autocannons and then put a couple of different point defense boats so we don't have to, so we can missile dump for offense. And then we throw magazines on there. So these will end up much heavier. Like we go up from 1,137 tons to 1,300 tons. And then I did like having targeting computers to fight over the ECM. Helps us try and crack through ECM faster when they're stopping us. And then maybe vector thrusters? ECM is going to work against human ships, maybe. I guess you can do multiple magazines. Which is, these are a little too hefty. That's a 32 round magazine. You could do a max nose armor of 57. Mass per nose is 127 tons. Oh my goodness. And we haven't even put any propellant tanks in yet. I'm gonna switch to the better drive. I was just trying to see like what to expect here. If we just go, we'll never be able to catch anybody like this. Like, well, 57 armor, you're gonna weigh 10,000 tons with this type of nanotube armor. That's thickness per point is 7.62 centimeters per point of thickness times 57. So how much armor is that? That's 448 centimeters of armor thickness. Might be a little too hefty. Just thinking. You know, I'm just saying. The funniest part is looking at the construction cost. It would cost 471 volatiles and 335 metals per. Yeah, just a casual 4 meters of nanotubes. So notice how here with like 16 propellant, we don't even have 5.5 kps delta V. We need like at least 8. So let's change to the new drive, which is mostly combat thrust. But look at that, the cruise acceleration. The cruise acceleration on the Pebble's 4.8 millig's, it goes up to 9.2. So our cruise delta V doesn't change, but cruise acceleration definitely does. Oh wait, that's not, it's 28 with 6? Or 54, it's still, yeah, it's twice as much. So combat acceleration here is pretty respectable. The problem is the sheer quantity of propellant this gargantuan unit needs. I don't think we can do 2 magazines. That seems like a lot. But also, you will have a bunch of missiles. If you want to fight humans, then ECM. We are fighting a fair few humans. If we don't want to fight humans... I definitely want some of them to have marine assault units. Maybe liquid hydrogen is the play, actually. Because it's only 5 tons and gives you that extra cruise delta V. Without having to cram. Basically makes your water go further. I don't know if I can afford the side armor, dude. Chat, what should I do? No help. Be honest, you don't know how to help. I'm trying to get this cruise delta V around 8 so that we can do transfers between planetary bodies that are close. Well, the problem is that the cost and the refuels are going to be double what we're currently paying. This is basically like 2 escort ships in 1. More than that with the magazines. The cost is insanely expensive. These will be precious commodities. And I only have 5 armor on the front nose, which is where we're going to take most of our damage. And I normally like to have at least 1 on the body and 1 on the tail just to prevent accidents. But then doing both of those takes this way down further, where I have to put even more propellant tanks on, which raises the cost of both production and refuel to 270. So do I just go with no armor on the sides? Or do I go with like 4 armor on the nose, maybe? And get it down to like 250 water, 102 volatiles, 114 construction material, or just metals, 24 nobles. Oof. This is a costly warship, man. They never said it was gonna be cheap. Each one of these is gonna be 250 water to refuel. I would maybe go to a destroyer considering the resource problem. Sure, let me just pull a destroyer that can support... like, I just don't need the 2 nose guns. The nose hardpoints are like... there's nothing to put on these. I also just don't think destroyers are necessarily better. Like, monitors have been tried and true since the game's first early access release. Also, look what you did. You made me lose all of my options. Look what you did. But yeah, monitors are... they've been solid for a long time. Okay. What's the other one's name? The Pocket Protector? This one is going to be the... the what? The Slice and Dice. The wristwatch? Maybe. Safety glasses? I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what goes with those. Why did we even name the first one the Pocket Protector? What was the theme? Vengeance for a Scientist? Is that why we named it that? I don't remember that. The suspender class? I like suspender. Suspend your disbelief. For a little bit. All right, save design, and I don't know. We'll try to afford this when possible. 4 nose armor I would like to improve, but it's a start. And now I need to save resources so I can afford to build one of those. Okay, tanks of Frank. Lock this down.
Terminating the opposition.
Ace
Ready
Tech.
for orders.
Defend our interests
Securing
here
our
again.
interests.
Reporting in.
Terminus, find out who else is here. And then kill them.
Tracking target.
Maybe not. But maybe. Alright, I don't think I need any of these. Now, can the Martian stuff please be ready? That'd be great. Protectorate Fleet Papa 6 has arrived in low lunar orbit. Okay, so here's what has to happen. Moon Defense Fleet needs to resupply. Because the Protectorate are getting a little out of control. They're building some ships here, dude. And we have a big problem called not enough missiles. I need to resupply even if it costs boost. It's gonna cost 120 boost. Spend it. All right, 11 hours. Moondef 2 has resupplied. We didn't even finish refueling because I spent all of my boost. I think the 40 mil autocannons are being chosen by the AI for a reason. They're pretty stout. Like, think about it, right? Pampa 4 defended against all of our missiles and only expended an eighth of their ammo. Whereas I have to do a full missile dump and just hope that we win, and then I'm defenseless after that. I'm gonna try and intercept Papa 4 and kind of finish the job. Settlement core at Fox.GIF base and an outpost mining complex. Settlement core and outpost mining complex at Johnny 2 base and at that random girl base and at 145-1815 base and at Mr. Sharp's base. Okay, now we're starting to cook a little bit. Now we're starting to cook. Okay. Which one of you has Secluded Dreams? There was a Secluded Dreams in chat, I think. Sveninator, you're doing all right. There you are, Secluded Dreams. You're still building. 13th of March of next year, which is so dumb. That really annoys me. Not you, the game. Basically, I can't stop the building of this settlement core. If I could cancel it and start the build and it would be done in 30 to 60 days because we have a construction module in the system now. But if you've started building a thing before you have the construction module, it does not retroactively update to be faster. So I still have to wait the full length of time, which in this case is March of next year. Even though if I could cancel it and start it over again, it'd be done in 60 days. Why? Because game development's hard. Game development's hard. I could decommission the HAB, and that would take 125 days, which is still too long. but technically faster? I think still technically faster. Okay, Secluded Dreams, you have to remind me after we rebuild it. Light rail cannons, heavy rail cannons, spinal rail guns. We're gonna need those for the other. Oh, we got both of their fleets. They joined up. Am I dead? Hey, am I dead? Here's the question. Why is Fremantle's guns still working? They have, their radiators should be dead. I accept. We are gonna also ad starting right now. Turn your volume down. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes of stream. I snoozed it already, but the ad's coming in. I will not do the combat until the ad comes back, so don't worry about it. We're gonna wanna go in as fast as possible. What is trips? Duos. It's not what I want. Block. Ooh, I like block. That looks pretty sweet. Okay, let's start open. But yeah, this ship should not have... What? Bro. They have radiators again? They just rebuilt their radiators without repairing? Come on, man. I blew them up already. And they haven't gone anywhere to fix it. How do they get them back for free in the next battle? The hell? Cheating. Okay, we're gonna do a different strategy this time. The strategy is accelerate towards them and face tank their miniguns. When we get closer, deploy all missiles after we've accelerated a bit, so that they travel at them faster. That's going to be the new play. But I'll wait till the ad comes back to start. Here I come, Peepo Vroom. What's up, Bubonsky? Thank you for the 40 months. I hit 40 months. I love 10-digit multiples. Thank you for 40 months of sub, Bubonsky. How's it going? Hope you're having a good Thursday. It's almost the weekend. You've almost made it. Just a little bit further. There we go. Swap it to nighttime mode. Saber, Dow, Cutlass, Pilum, Durandal. Missile melee. That's exactly right. Chat, did any one of you play Mechanicus 2 today? I need to pick your brain. Did anyone in chat play it? I started it. It's kind of eh. Only one person in all of chat? Maybe someone else did and they're typing right now. Literally just one person? Maybe everyone else is a lurker. Someone's playing it right now. They got me on mute on the other monitor while they're playing. I thought there'd be at least a few people that said, yeah. Who didn't get it because of reviews? Like you were planning on it and then you were like, maybe I shouldn't. Welcome back from the ad. We're talking about whether or not maybe an ad watcher. We're asking if anyone in chat has played Mechanicus 2 today. One person said they did and that it was kind of eh. I'm trying to find out if anyone here actually played it. Survivorship bias. Everyone who likes it isn't watching the stream. I was interested, but the reviews changed my mind. I was going to, but got immediate feels of bad. Nidoron says, yeah. Today was the first day I heard it was coming out. I have an obligation to purchase every 40K game. They're counting on you. All right, so I'm gonna try a new plan, and if it goes bad, then it goes bad. Is there a way to like line this up? You know, like in Photoshop, when you can hold a button and it maintains a perfectly straight line? Is there any way to do that in this while you're doing this? If you use QWES, what? First of all, I didn't even know I could hold Q to go up and down. I think I knew that at one point, but then forgot. But I don't know what the other thing you're saying is. This makes me queasy. We're not even doing anything. I'm just moving an arrow around the screen. E makes it go up and down if I hold it and then click. Funny you're asking us. I'm here to learn because I'm completely lost in space combat. Motion sick while the camera is still. Oh, it's Z. But then it just points, they'll just burn in the direction of the arrow? Which, well, that's kind of the issue. The issue is I'm trying to figure out how to keep the arrow, how to make them burn in a perfectly straight line. All right, I'm only going to use 1 kps of fuel here. Because I don't want to be stuck, and we don't have enough resources to refuel, so I just want to use just enough to go a little faster and up. Does that trajectory look like it's gonna end up going head on? Maybe that's a little too close. Is it really not E? Okay, so just so you can see what I'm doing. If I mouse over this, hold E, it goes to vertical and up and down. That's what it does. I don't know what it's supposed to do. And then I'm just regular clicking and pulling it that way until it says 1 kps. I really don't want these ships to like collide, which they do have the potential to do. So if I'm gonna need to offset them like ever so slightly just so they don't ram into each other. Like, the bottom one seems like it's on a much higher arc. Okay, there we go. And then a little higher. Okay, so that's the play. One problem. Using a little too much fuel because I got a little too carried away here. And if I don't go to the same speed, someone's going to end up closer to them too soon. Which might happen anyway. So we're going to have 2 of their targets be you. 3 of your targets be you. And I don't think that there's anything that we need to worry about point defense wise. So here we go. Game time. And we're gonna just hold on to our missiles until we get dangerously close. All right, they're rotating for their 1 KPS burn. And also accelerating. So we came in at 650 meters per second. And now we're up to almost 800 meters per second. Look at this synchronized swimming. Okay, then for the next objective, we are going to special maneuver, lock on to target. And keep the nose pointed forward. So there's an animation of them burning, but they're not really burning. So it's kind of just a fake animation because their speed is staying the same. So don't be fooled. Too late, Cowardly Lion, you were already fooled. I said don't be fooled, and you got fooled. All right, they are under 800 kilometers away. And I want to watch to kind of see what they do. It's R, not E. My muscle memory was 1 off. Okay, so it was... I wanted to go up anyways to get a little closer on a pseudo intercept course. And I also want... you guys to kind of have a different target here. Trying to change the angle of attack because I want my top ships to hit their top ships and not the other way around. Since they're kind of stacked on top of each other vertically. All right, they are like, okay, they are starting to open up on us. They are starting to take some shots. We are 500 kilometers out. Chat, how long should I hold the missiles? Are you scared yet? Or do we think we can tank some of this? Only one of them is shooting. Maybe is Fremantle's disabled still? You see the white of their lasers. Okay, but if we lose like 3 of our ships, it's gonna be really embarrassing, isn't it? We could make an ever so subtle adjustment, but then that's gonna be even more awkward. Oops, sorry. All right, I'm gonna say 400 kilometers. Ready? I don't want to waste all my missiles, but I get into this situation every single time. Just throw them all in. All missile bays. Give them something else to shoot at. Here come their first volleys of 40 mil. So the missiles should be traveling a little faster. Pew 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 pew. That's the sound of us tanking. Oh baby, it's actually like doing some damage. We're okay for now. Weapons and fire control fully operational, but the nose is red. Missiles are on the way. All right, if you survive this, you're good. Ship systems are damaged. Okay, we might be good. It actually tanked a lot more than I thought you were going to. Now the question is, are the missiles gonna get through or not? I think they will because we released them so late. If we release them earlier, they have a lot more time to intercept. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Well, I wanted to be sure that we got them done this time, since we have been a little stingy in the past, okay? The waiting until you get closer strat works as long as you've got enough armor to tank some 40 mil shots. It's cheaper to replace missiles than it is to replace thrust. Trust me. Victory for the Moon Defense 2 unit for once. They finally had a nice decisive victory. There is still one ship in low lunar orbit. It'd be funny if they intercepted us right now, because they could actually, we have no missiles, so they could just chase us down. But we do have some Delta V. All right, we transfer back to Jade Coral, which we just built. And then resupply there's gonna cost 320 water. Why does it cost so much water, dude? Just resupply with whatever you got. What did that give you? Bro, that lets them... This is why it's so stupid. They got full missile racks. So we just don't have enough water for fuel. So if you go to 0 water and 0 boost, you can still click the supply button and get your missiles because you have the other resources. Why is there not a separate missile or torpedo resupply button? Sorry, it's gonna drive me actually insane. So it is possible to do it independently. Choose one: water for an entire water park or 30 missiles. So now they can defend themselves.
Offering assistance.
They could probably even go kill the other dude. Though I suppose they might run. So I think we kind of just have to chill here.
Securing our control.
Look, as long as we've got missiles, we got defense. That's all I care about right now. I just don't want them. We've had an issue. I had a fleet that had no fuel and no missiles, and they just got picked off by the Protectorate. It was very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Who did you just detect? Tech Mogul? All right, when... Now we got plus 252 water a month. We have positive volatiles. We have positive base metals. We have positive noble metals. Things are trending back in the correct direction. There is an issue, which is... that we need level 2 mines to be built. Citroen base is mostly fissiles, but that'll be done in June. Secluded Dreams is decommissioning. Venenator is pretty much up and running. Feb. Why is that taking so long? Just make a heavy. That'll be done in 90 days. Okay, Foxdot, you are a tier 1 with a bunch of water. I think we need to give up some water to start the mining upgrade. Wait, what resource do... Oh, we don't have the noble metals to support these upgrades. I just gotta be patient and accumulate some nobles. That's on the roadmap right after making the missile zigzag. Is there a roadmap? No, they were joking about making the missile zigzag. Making a roadmap is on their roadmap. How long before you take out an alien base and occupy it? The heat death of the universe. Whenever that may be. That's a bunch of water and a bunch of volatiles, man. Peace. Japan has agreed with the United States to end the Russia-Japan war. I don't even know what's going on in the rest of the world. But they're doing something, apparently. We have completed Killer Instinct project, +4 to assassinate missions, and +100 ops. I just kind of researched that because it was very cheap. Okay. Mobile Space Science Lab can prospect. It feels like so much work to make a fleet that can support this and send it over instead of just clicking launch a probe button, but maybe it's worth... I'm just gonna do interplanetary chemical rockets to get the boost priority bonus, and it's also like a 500 research. It's very cheap. Japan was at war? Everybody's at war, I guess, except for us. Thankfully.
We are in control now.
Oh. I'm in control. I sniped Austria out from under them. Okay, let's go into economy, knowledge, couple pips in government, max unity, take funding down, take boost down, little bit in military, and that's it. Sweden has completed a nuclear wait, don't I control Sweden? Sweden has completed a nuclear weapon test to the horror of the world. All factions with control points in the nation gain one atrocity and suffer a negative shift in public opinion worldwide. I guess I was making nukes into Sweden. I kind of forgot I was doing that. But that's fine. We already have such bad public opinion worldwide. It doesn't really matter. It didn't really go down. We're still at 9%. We need to defend Sweden. It's a lot easier to defend Sweden now. We got some nukes. It was only a test. Yeah, and we're humanity first. That's what we're supposed to do. Of course. Yeah, we're building nukes in Ireland also. They're almost over halfway done. %, knowledge, 10% information science. These are okay. Do we have any level ups? No. All right, we're gonna ignore those. Tanks of Frank, you've done a great job. Such a great job. Have you considered finding this initiative operative and just murking them? Let me double check first. Their only trait is imminent. That maybe we don't know the rest of their traits? Let's not murk them yet. Okay, where are we going next? I don't think we're ready to knock on Russia's doors, but soon. Oh yeah, we were doing Serbia. Am I bothering you, Protectorate?
Where do you need me?
Okay, Ace-Tech, go assault some alien
Going in
assets.
Your orders?
Terminus, keep investigating that same counselor.
See what they're up to.
And then Sinless
What's the other?
Moon. We need to federate Finland. So why don't you take a turn to do national policy?
On my way to the capital.
Yeah, we need Romania also. We need a number of places. It's just they're not defending in this one, so we'll just do this one first.
Wrapping up here.
What are you doing in Canada? So they've got prosperous family ties. Nothing that I think is crazy if they get assassinated, and their security is very low, and they have a bunch of orcs. A bunch of plus research? Holy cogwheels! 3, 6, 9, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22? 22 cogs on one character? The problem is, even if I, like, take these, I have nowhere to put them. Should I just kill them and they go back to the wild for all the other factions to fight over? Like, what should I do?
The people will come to our side.
Okay, you don't need to do the Austria public relations anymore. Kind of forgot about that. Oh boy. A new operations center at Sucket Protectorate, Sema Station, Dr. Skelly Station, Wasuji Station, Zuni Station, and Godfiend Station are all done. And my mission control just shot up to 139. Speaking of, take me back to Habs. Where are the most nobles coming from? 145, 1815? Okay, we need to upgrade this then. Give me the heavy fishing. 128 power. Then give me the upgrade. Unfortunately, that's gonna make us negative on nobles for like 80 days. But you gotta like upgrade it to get more. Can I afford defense arrays? Barely. And those are 40 power each. So this is kind of like barely enough power. All right, we'll come back to this. We should probably only do one at a time. Rain Base, you're not gonna be ready until 2034, okay? Get it together! Johnny 2, you're next. Mining complex upgrade. All right, we're out of resources again. The never-ending cycle. The Protectorate are behind this operation. Crackdown on Romania.
What the doctor means is that he has convinced Adams to emulate a Spartan phalanx. Just as those ancient warriors locked their shields together to protect one another, these atoms combine into unbreakable armor.
What are you talking about, Hans Castillo?
Pouring a classified
Lost in the
R&D
sauce.
facility in Tierra del Fuego.
All right, we're going to try and use atomic manipulation to bind individual atoms to different types of surfaces, creating artificial nanostructures, potentially of great strength, which otherwise could not exist. Super alloys, nanofactories, water purification techniques, the salvage bay. They chose quantum computing as their next research. That's a 15K. Okay, and then that unlocks applied artificial intelligence, directed space research. I don't know what half of these do. Research campuses, targeting computer 2. That one's good. Tier 2 Information Science Institute. Okay, we'll keep helping out, but we're focusing on the railgun one. And the rest of these at the bottom of the tier. All right, Finland, welcome into the Alliance, the Federation, more specifically, of the European Union. Get that cooldown tracking. The probe controlled by Humanity First has found some more stuff that we can't afford right now. What do when I have all of this mission control and nowhere to spend it? Like, I want to spend it on warships, but I'm broke. Interplanetary chemical rockets make our boost priority 10% better, and also makes exhaust velocity of stuff that we have to use. We should have gotten this a long time ago. It would have helped us out, but it's too late. Okay, it would have helped us from boosting resources from Earth. We need... I'm thinking about just researching the 40 mil autocannon, just so that I can make a couple of small PD boats that kind of go in between my rocket, my missile ships, and just run point defense for those so that they don't have to waste their missiles on point defense, because it just seems so much worse. The idea of missile point defense is so good, but in a video game, you have the potential to make it cool, but even in the video game, it's realistic, where it's just like, it's not worth it. It's too expensive. The idea of missiles intercepting other projectiles is just really cool, but it's just prohibitively expensive. Is it time to just divert some to alien technology? It's never time to do main story. I think it's time to go back to, having some solid core. Because we had started this one but never finished it, and it's really cheap. No one wants to commit to nuclear fusion methodologies, do they?
Our associates were unable to
Purge
take control.
failure.
Cleaning things up.
Oh, they must have defended in Serbia. They're watching me. A Marine platoon barracks in Jade Coral Station in low lunar orbit. Ooh. That gives me an idea. It needs power. Once it has power, then I've got an idea. The armies of Russia conquered Georgia, but it may rise again. Resistance, actually, Academy? What are you doing, Academy? We're gonna have to go for the Academy at some point. They're kind of like the sneaky first place AI team right now. Okay, Restless DK, have an admin. And then who's here? Nobody that I'm desperate for, so we're just gonna ignore it. Okay, I think it's time to try an assassination. We haven't done this before. Where's the button? There it is. Irina Schroeder, because I just need the initiative to not have every single research. I assume they just lose the orgs when you assassinate them, and I don't think they have anything that makes them like a martyr or something. As if they didn't have enough, their project manager that also has another research cog. We have a 98%.
Taking them down.
Okay, I guess.
Standing by.
Ready for my mission.
Ace Tech, here's what I need you to do. I need you to go to ground for 1 turn. How about go to Poland?
Going off the grid.
I need you to go into hiding for a turn. Terminus, same deal. Go to ground in like Sweden.
Hunkering down.
Standing by for orders.
Okay, Restless, you kick things off. In Romania.
I will try to sway the public.
Ready.
And then Sinless, you go back to advising.
Offering counsel.
So what we're going to try and do is once we get power on our station, which is orbiting the moon, it's in an interface orbit, which means that if we can send a counselor there, we can try and take over enemy property with the help of the Marines. So we're going to give that a try, and we're going to send battle-ready Ace Tech into space
Going silent.
to try and take over the Protectorate's little moon base so that they can't keep pumping out military ships there and kind of defang them a little bit.
Going into hiding.
Or at least that's the idea. I don't know if it's going to be that easy, but we'll see.
They won't use any more
Assassinate mission success. I've eliminated Irina Schroeder of the initiative. Boom!
prepping for the next mission.
Tanks of Frank getting your hands dirty. That's what you get, initiative. Do you think they know it was me? They shouldn't, because they don't know where we are. She thinks that the servants and the academy know. So the initiative may or may not know. I mean, there's a lot of really good, like, asteroids up there. With like 54 volatiles, but the found an outpost is going to take 536 days, and I just don't want to wait that long. I would rather just gamble on myself having enough resources to make a fleet that can go to some of these places manually. I don't know. It's probably not going to happen, but I like to think it will. We're the faction that's getting our hands dirty. Hell yeah. By the way, Anubis, thank you for 19 months. You got blown up. Your base is gone. I'm sorry. The aliens came and blew up like 5 or 6 of the different Martian bases earlier on. So you got destroyed. We have completed the solid core fission reactor 3 project. Might unlock, well, definitely will unlock 4. Might unlock molten salt, which I don't know if that's good. Just a different, larger reactor that we're working toward. I think I'm... Chat, does rail cannon technology factor in to the point defense arrays, or is that only for your ships? Is it the batteries that are for the point defense arrays? What are the aliens doing? They're really pissed at us, but they haven't, like, struck us yet. They're going to, but they haven't done it yet. They got really mad at us earlier and then kind of cooled off. I don't think I need found a space program. I'm just gonna start marking useless stuff as obsolete. Maybe it's just sanctioned investigations gain +3 to crackdown missions. I have been avoiding it since it's a 7,500 research, but having a bonus on all crackdowns is pretty good. So we got some larger researches going on. I'm already doing railgun batteries, which may or may not... Oh, here we go. Speaking of the aliens... They are sending frigate. With a plasma battery. And a laser cannon. I think we can take them. I just need to make sure the Earth... I think they're here to survey. I don't think they're here to fight us. But I'm pretty sure we're all supplied up here. Oh, I know what it is. We need to get the Foxtrot group fixed up. And repaired. We actually can't finish repairing because we don't have any noble metals. Very awkward. I love wasting fuel. I don't know if 6 of our ships is enough to take on the alien vessel. We had 8 last time and we overkilled it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we just sit and wait and we don't just immediately attack it and see what it does. Or we go all in, and worst case is we lose our baby ships that we want to replace anyways. We lose mission control, and maybe it lessens how angry they are at us. Wow, they are slingshotting around the sun right now. Romanian control point lost.
He is more of a super villain, but he's still my favorite. He's a survivor. He's uncompromising, and he does whatever he must to achieve what he believes in. Cool helmet too. Colonel Hans Castillo. Text message to his nephew. Magnetic
force manipulation. Human fascination with magnets date back millennia, from the ancient Greeks, where the name is derived, to descriptions in the Sushruta Samhita, where lodestones are used to remove arrows from wounded soldiers. While we have been able to create magnets or empower existing ones, it's only now that we can actively influence the direction and amplitude of that force. By exerting control on the magnetic force itself, we'll be able to control increasingly dangerous reactions and materials. Advances in the field allow us to pursue several distinct avenues of theoretical energy production confinement. The following tech may now be researched: superconducting magnets, cobalt dust radiators, and I led the charge on that one. So superconducting magnets lead to the 10 droplet radiator, which I remember liking. Will railguns outdo our missiles? We tried railguns a couple months ago and I wasn't that impressed with them. I think they can be okay in tandem with other things in terms of just putting pressure on enemy point defense. But they do have some big drawbacks. I'm trying to use railguns for our point defense, which will automatically, when I research them, they'll automatically be upgraded on our point defense station modules and base modules. So like coil guns, for example. Some different radiators. Particle weapon buff, which we don't even use. Firestar fission lantern. 110 million Newton combat thrust, 50 kps exhaust velo, but it costs noble metals and fissiles. That's crazy. Some of these drives are kind of cracked. And then it also goes... Let me see what these drives are. The Helicon. Helicon is 314 kps exhaust velo, which is insane for travel. It's like long distance travel. And this is 110 kps, which still far exceeds anything we can get now. So maybe I should go for that. I want to do the missile one, but I think this is fine. It's only a 10K. We need to do missions to Venus, but I'm trying to get like my ship set up for long distance travel first, which is taking forever, to be honest. And then electromagnetic propulsion leads to like... Oh, that's the one I was looking at, yeah. I think I got confused for a second with superconducting magnets. Yeah, let's just do electromagnetic propulsion because it can lead to some long distance travel drives. And it's very cheap at only 15 hundo. All right, aliens almost here. A probe controlled by humanity first. We found a resistance base. Why is this ship only a 5? And this one is a 10. I don't know. We're gonna regroup and get ready for the alien arrival, and I guess give them a little greeting. A space mining shortfall requires us to use boost to maintain our habs. I know it. Don't we all know it? I'm doing my best. Let's go for the legislature here.
Removing our enemies.
What's
Okay,
the up?
Ace Tech, you're in hiding, brother. Do you have the ability to assault a space asset or something? I don't know if you do. Yeah, assault enemy space asset. Okay, you totally do. So how do I make you go to orbit? Oh god, that's a lot of things. I want you to go to Jade Coral Station in low moon orbit.
Launch is a go.
Go into space! Okay, I might be able to get rid of like a plus. Do I have a +3 admin org? Actually, I don't think I do. I have +5, +5, +5. I think if I need one more administration and I can get rid of one of the +5s. Okay, org marketplace. No, we don't need that. You have counselors with no missions. Oh, terminus? My bad, my bad. Why don't you go find some more counselors and create some problems? Who is in Canada?
Initiating surveillance.
Okay. Earth First has got now 7 basic ships. Docked at Dr.
Offering
Skelly
assistance.
Station. New project Salvage Bay. What does that do? A squadron of drones and technicians that gather material from destroyed ships following a battle increase our salvage by up to 10%. You cannot increase your salvage bonus above 50%. I mean, it's interesting, but I don't know how useful it is for us at this early stage where we're kind of weak.
Mission abort.
Abort the mission! I guess we lost track of the counselor that we were chasing, maybe? Oh, yeah! Citroen on the Cheeto! Has a new settlement mining complex. And PB for you, go to bed! PB for you, go to bed. Has got the tier 2, but is not doing anything because we're waiting for the heavy fission reactor array on the 14th. And then we're gonna get 53 fissils. I don't know, is that enough? And then Citroen base on the Cheeto. It's coming at you. Also doesn't have power yet, but that's gonna give us another 10 fissils. All right, and then Jade Coral's got some solar power now, which means the Marine platoon barracks will work, as will the layered defense arrays when those are ready to go. Very cool. So let me see, how does the Marine platoon barracks calculate? Combat strength of 10. So do I need more of these?
It'll come on, Bob. There, it's locked. Okay, is the engage mark smart? Well, they are
It's
now.
not that expensive.
That's alignment only. Okay, Bob, my fan's on. It's locked? Look at it, it's locked. Good. Okay.
Though I don't have the resources to build it, ironically. I guess we'll find out if one is enough. How many Marines do I need to take over, Man, we're getting so many with the volatiles.
We've moved the needle.
All right, where's this alien? Oh. I think they're pissed, chat. We got 3 alien frigates deploying to low Earth orbit. They'll be here in 400 days. I don't know if that's enough time. Victor 11 is transferring to low lunar orbit. They'll be there in 361 days. And they've got a frigate and an escort. So we have about a year before they destroy everything. Then Victor 113 is also going to low Earth orbit, but that's 98 days. That's just one ship. Oh, and Victor 123 is rallying with Victor 11. So that's a cruiser. 590 days. So they're a bit behind. Ads starting right now. Turn your volume down. 392. Turn your volume down, ad watchers. I'm scared. Who was rallying with Victor 100? Another ship, 392. A battle cruiser? Oh. Oh, God. 111 might by themselves. Oh, no. I think that is everybody. Victor 98 is also transferring here. Okay, that's the one that'll be here in 2 days. Yeah, I think we're screwed in about 1 year. There's no way I'm gonna have enough resources to mount a sizable defense fleet in 1 year, right? But maybe if all my mines come online finally, and we just churn out some missile boats and we just overload them. All right, I'll be back. I'll be right back since the ads run. I'm gonna get some water. I'm dehydrated. And then it's combat time. All right, what up? New stream idea. Twitch plays Terra Invicta. You in the chat have to make every decision, hire every counselor, choose every counselor's mission, but the game happens in real time, 24 hours a day, until the humans lose or you guys win. So you just log in at like 9 a.m. when you wake up and see what's going on, you know? You just follow it day after day for years. Like a years-long stream. In real life. Special project available. Our mines make 15% more water. Yes, please. I'm actually researching that kind of right now. Thermal mining techniques also does that. Water purification's way more expensive though, so 15K is a lot. And these are all pretty good little asteroids.
Black sky.
I have arrived on board Jade Coral Station. Ace Tech, you're in freaking space. You're in the moon. Alien Fleet Victor 98 has arrived in low Earth orbit. We are going to sortie Earth first. Wait, does that use all of our KPS? I'm scared, so I'm just going to like... Let me see what it's doing first. No operation assigned. Well, it's time to piss them off even more. Earth First was forced to abort transfer plan due to the target fleet launching. We lack the acceleration to catch them on their new trajectory. They are heading towards SEMA Station. They're going to arrive in 8 minutes. Well, why couldn't you tell where they were going before and go for an intercept course? Eh? Like, it can't be that hard, guys. How do we not get there before them? We're not. They're gonna be there in 8 minutes. I'll be there in 3 hours. It's so stupid. Yes. Hello. Spaceflight program in Bosnia initiated. Good for you guys. Good for you guys. The Bosnian space program. Man, this is so dumb. I'm prepared to surrender immediately. Sorry, SEMA Station. The ship got there, and there's nothing I can do about it because my fleet can't figure out their trajectory, apparently, before they're going to be there in 8 minutes. Do you know how bad your intel has to be to not be able to figure out? It's like their ship has to initiate a burn, which we can see because they're in low Earth orbit. It's not hard to connect the dots between what direction they're facing, how much they're thrusting, and where they're going to end up. But apparently we don't get to know that until like literally they're already there. And the reason why they don't know until 8 minutes is because this is what our intel is. It's a guy in each station just looking out the window going like, yeah, I think that's an alien ship, sir. It looks like it's heading straight for us. Quick, call the Navy. Well, bye, SEMA Station. We're gonna watch the battle so we can see how grossly inefficient our point defense is on a station. How sad this is. We don't even have good point defense. It's like it's the small one, which is even worse. Seema, what do you even have on your station right now? Is it like material labs and whatnot? I think the most tiresome aspect of this game, as much as I do like it overall, is just constantly having little stations and whatnot destroyed and having to rebuild them. And it's like already a high amount of micromanagement, but having to like whack-a-mole the rebuilding of everything just compounds the micromanagement times a multiplier based on how often you're getting destroyed. And it's just like, it's hard enough to keep up with already. And then you just add more onto it by constantly losing assets and having to put them back. Let me check if auto rebuild is on the roadmap. That's a good one. Yeah, auto rebuild would be pretty sweet. Oh. Oh. Look, our point defense doesn't even get to shoot back. Because we don't have, like, anything that has range. I think it's just, like, little auto cannons. And, like, a 10-inch gun or something. They hate that strut. That strut is actually our tier 1 point defense array. So that's why they're attacking it. How do you tell if a laser is our laser or their laser? Like, is that them shooting us or us shooting them? Just gonna go 10 times speed until something happens. Donk. 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 This is taking longer than I thought, honestly. If we had our ships here, we could actually, like, kill their stupid alien ship that's just destroying our base for free. Okay, I guess that means they win. Hello? It's me arriving an hour or two too late to save our base. Forgot what was the one I liked a second ago. Not that one. I mean, honestly, short wall's fine. Maximum speed. Okay. So I need all of you. I don't think we need point defense, but just in case we do, I need you guys to just set global target and then lock your nose toward the target, and that's pretty much it. We're gonna hold all of our missiles until we get closer. And I'm just gonna watch this and see what it does. I think because of the combat cooldown, the base is still alive? I don't know. We'll see. That would be weird. Because it was technically a battle. They didn't actually like destroy the station. They just destroyed like the patrol thing. Okay. So let's see. How much damage does those do again? I think we can tank them, right? Yeah, we could tank a little bit. Okay, maybe not. That one maybe crit or like hit us in a weird spot or something. But weapons and fire control are fully operational, so I'm just gonna lose. I guess I could just do focus fire posture, and that would change everyone automatically. And then we just try and get as many missiles out before the ship explodes. They've got ECM on one of the missile bays. Okay, so this ship has both missile bays ECM'd. We have fired all the missiles we can fire. And the Spatha is saying, recording their goodbye message to their families right now. They're still alive. It's got critical damage, so it's kind of just floating through space, and now it's getting lasered on top of that. Oh no. Brace! Yeah! Another one. That was a crit, and they still survived it? Turns out 5 tiers of armor in the early game can buy you some time. Obviously, we want even more, but... Or we don't really have the engines to support it. The problem is they can't turn, so if they start to get hit in the body, we're gonna have trouble. Okay, more missiles coming out. I'm just gonna say always unload all missiles because you never know when you're gonna explode. You never know if you're gonna get shot, but yeah, they're overcoming ECM. I'm assuming the first missile volley will be enough. But also assume nothing with the alien fleet. That was a crit as well. The missiles are still hella far away. So I'm gonna fast forward. Spatha's looking grim. Another crit. The whole ship is red. Oh, there it goes. And there it goes. They've changed targets. Copus, you're next. Oh, we got action. We got action. We must avenge him! Oh yeah. It's almost go time. Wait for him to get close enough to light up. Spatha almost survived, died right before the laser switched to missiles. Yeah, they would have still got him with the little plasma that's currently hitting Copus right now. Oh, there it is. Here they come! Okay, I think we had enough missiles. All right, well, losing one ship is a trade that we have to be always willing to make because it costs them a lot more than it costs us. So we salvaged some antimatter that we don't know how to use yet, and the Kadachi has had a promotion. The forces of humanity have defeated the aliens again. Did we save the station? I assume not. Let me see my Earth. Wait, SEMA station's here. We freaking saved it. It's a little roasted and toasted, but you're up. You're alive. The only problem is I have to, like... I don't have enough materials. They did destroy some modules. Four boost. All these like xenology modules. So there was some structural damage. But you're alive. Oh, I need to tell the fleet to go repair, transfer. I think I'm pretty sure Wasuji Station has a ability to refuel. Protectorate set to lead, don't care. Lots of good probes. Hey, retrograde motion station is up. I wish I had resources to build here. We're so broke. We are so broke. I'm gonna have to wait until we have more stuff. Okay, resupply.
Our associates are now in charge.
This is these are decent little spots. Okay, we are resupplied. Now, purge mission success in Romania. Nice. Split the fleet. Pocket protector is damaged. Oh, I forgot that the Spatha was the ship that was already partially damaged. So they went for the weakest link. So they actually might have survived if it had full armor. It already had like a couple cracks in it. So we need to go back up to Kiera B with the least amount of fuel possible. Okay. How expensive is it to repair? Like, I have enough, barely enough water to resupply. It won't let me repair because we don't have nobles. How come it'll let me send resources up to refuel from Earth, but not to repair from Earth. It's kind of annoying. It also seems like a double standard. PB for you base has got the big fission reactor array. The juice. Okay, and then same deal at Citroen base with the tier 2 on the Cheeto. I believe I have a chance to steal a project. I don't think we need to do that. Let's just focus on that. Did you notice that lag? When I move the camera over, it does get laggier the more you play.
The opposition.
Standing by.
Ace Tech's on the moon! Look, Ace Tech's in the space station. So we are going to try assaulting an enemy space asset, and we are going for the Protectorate base, Antiochus base. There is a 99% success chance. We're gonna lead a Marine assault.
The enemy's gate is down.
The Marines are on station, ready to deploy. All right, let's go ahead and just do set national policy.
On my way to the capital.
And we need to defend Switzerland.
Ready. Securing our control.
Okay, do we have any cool new things? Wowee, a plus 1% to economy. 1 whole percent. Just delete that org from the game. Well, this is going to be the first time we've ever done any kind of like space asset assault.
Securing our interests.
I will help.
So I'm curious to
Laying
see
the groundwork.
how this goes. Do they still have a ship? Yeah, they still have Papa 6 is still here. And we can't catch it because we don't have enough fuel, ironically. Initiative fleet launches for SEMA Station. Bro! It is expected to arrive 8:35. SEMA. What the hell's going on, everybody? I need Earth first to redeploy. To intercept. Insufficient acceleration. Okay, I guess we're doing this again. They sense weakness. We're just gonna go as fast as possible. And we caught them before they could attack. This is a Corvette. With just a 10-inch cannon and Artemis torpedo bay. Was that it? Ten-inch cannon sucks. It's like old Earth tech. They have 9 nanotube nose armor. Holy, they're packing the armor. I thought I had good armor. They've also got the radiant or nanotube filament radiator like I have. So they're actually like, we've lagged behind. We really jumped out ahead and then just completely stopped. No more innovation. It's kind of hard to keep up. So they don't even have any point defense, really. As far as I can tell. Since we don't know how much their armor is going to withstand, do we just do a full magazine dump and just replace the missiles with a restock? I think that's the best play. And just focus, everyone focus fire. Wait, no, not everyone focus fire. One of you point defense so we don't get torped. Or else we're gonna get torpedoed by this sawfish. Wait, but what if he ECMs the one that's... We'll save 2 for point defense. Do you get to choose what ECM hits? It feels like the AI gets to choose. They always target something that's, like, useful. Whereas I don't get to target them, and I don't even know if ECM works. I've never noticed our ECM working. I like that there is a ramming speed button. Gonna... Oh. There are the torpedoes. So we got point defense missiles launching to intercept. We're gonna hold this Viper missile bay just so we don't overcommit. Off go the torps. They do boost for longer, don't they? Pick up speed. All right, here come our attack missile volleys. So we're getting ECM'd on at least one. Why can't I see where their oh, the torpedoes are orange. Picking up speed. One intercepted. 2 intercepted. 3 intercepted. 4 intercepted. 5. Okay, so we kind of overcommitted to the point defense, but you don't want any... If any of those torpedoes hit us, we probably just explode. And I don't know if they have any point defense. So now we just 10x until... I don't think these missiles that were shot for point defense can, like, redirect. They're getting awfully close. Oh, they can. Really? Wow. I think those were the PD missiles that just didn't have a target, and they just keep going and actually can reactivate offensively, which is kind of insane. Yeah, no point defense. Oh man, we have overcommitted. I thought the 9 armor was gonna last longer. His nose is already red. Sorry for the camera work. It's like very the buttons are very sensitive. Listen, I got greedy a couple times earlier, Ace Tech, and I've learned my lesson, okay? You know, we don't mess around. We will go restock on missiles all day if we need to. We don't have time to sit there and wait for him to get into range to start shooting with 10-inch guns. And it's cheaper to replace missiles than to repair our ships at this point. Here comes the deluge. Flight of the Valkyries kicking in. Okay, maybe like 5 times too many missiles. Well, that's what you get. We're gonna make sure not a single piece of you survives. We're not rescuing any of your escape pods. Okay, well. Where is... SEMA station does not have a supply depot, sadly. So we do have to redeploy because it got destroyed. We're rebuilding it. So you do have to go somewhere else. Go to Wasuji. Protector Fleet Papa 7 has arrived in low lunar orbit. Brother! Another one? They've got a Corvette with 40 mil autocannons and a 10-inch nose cannon. Okay. We're trying to take over this damn moon base. We missed it by this much before it spawned in another ship. The Moon Defense Fleet has got a couple of issues, but they can fight. Okay, resupply the Earth Fleet. Select them, and then we are going to go find the initiative stations and destroy them. They started it. Okay, so the Protectorate fleet just grouped up. Humanity First Fleet. Earth First 1 completes transfer. Why can't I destroy a HAB? Oh, wrong. I had the wrong fleet selected. Okay. Earth First, ready for revenge on the initiative. Destroy that HAB. They will surely seek retribution. Well, they should have thought about that. I'm the one seeking retribution, okay? We were content to leave them alone. Now we'll go get the other one, where they surely spawned in the ship that launched the attack. And we're gonna blow that up too. The only ones allowed to live up here are Project Exodus, the Resistance, and the Academy for now. I wish I could set an alarm to whenever they might make a station. Op Center at Cowardly Lion, we got up to 140 MC. We're swimming in MC. The problem is we don't have... I need to, like, get rid of some Op Centers so I can get a not negative amount of noble metals. That's the big issue right now. What can I build on top of it that'll be faster? That would also be a little useful. Just a regular space dock's not that expensive. Just as a redundancy in case they destroy my other shipyards. You can turn them off. Yeah, I guess I could turn these off. Why are there some things you can shut down and some things you can't? Guess I should have done this a while ago. For some reason, I tried to shut down a different building earlier and I couldn't shut it down, so like I assumed that I couldn't shut down most of them. Did I, Jeff? You did, yes. But yeah, I tried to shut something down earlier, it just didn't work. Okay. Bought us some time. And then... what are we waiting on Mars? Settlement Mining Complex, 26th of September, that's a month? That's a lot of water. 26th of September, that's a lot of nobles. Damn, these would be so nice. And then I can do these and do the kind of pivot the upgrades once the other ones come in. I don't know. Crackdown in Romania. Still waiting on Ace Tech. These are expensive? Yeah, it's because it gives you mission control. Which is very strong. Very, very strong, which is why I'm going to go back to full mission control here. Unity's been good. What soundtrack is this? It's random. That was like Deus Ex. And now let's pray.
Mission complete.
Okay, Federation with Bosnia. Welcome in Bosnia into the European Union Federation.
Hostile target secured.
That's what I'm talking about. We have captured Antiochus base at Mare Imbrium on Luna from the Protectorate. Our teams are going through Protectorate records for intel and research we could use. The HAB took some damage during the fighting. Assault enemy space asset mission success. Let's go. Now stop spawning in all this stupid stuff. Now, the problem with this base is that it sucks. This is a lot of upkeep for like 22 metals. You know? It does have some like research labs, I guess. Is it even worth like keeping though? It's just losing us like 13 water and 6 volatiles a month. Or do you just decommission this? Okay, well, I definitely don't need the space docks. Man, trying to like redo this is gonna be... We need to wait until we have a surplus of nobles. I'm just gonna leave it alone for now. Might need to get rid of the initiative base also. Do they have a space dock? They do not have a space dock here. But I also just destroyed their orbitals, so they might. But yeah, I might just... Now, I'm over my mission control now. So I need to turn one of the things back on. There we go. Either way, good job, Ace Tech. Taking over some important real estate there. We can do the same thing on Mars if we want.
But we are nothing more than vibrating atoms. Everything in life is vibration, as Einstein put it. I put it to you that he was a duplicitous charlatan. Superior Judith Howe, Eternal Source, introductory video.
You don't think we're all vibrating? I don't know. I feel like I'm vibrating all the time. My brain is constantly vibrating. So you can integrate the UK into the EU? I already have. I've even gotten them into the same nation. They're in the European Union nation. We may now research fission pulse drives. Electromagnetic propulsion. We're using electromagnetism now. I'm the one that led the research on that one. And I forgot. Why I did it. There was a reason. I don't remember. What was the reason? Tax, I have a question. You said this plays in real time. Well, I was making a joke earlier about leaving the game unpaused at one-time speed and having it play at real time. But, or maybe you heard me say that it was a real-time... What a real-time strategy game basically means that it's not turn-based. So that just means like things are happening as long as you're unpaused. You can pause in this game and you can save it and turn it off and pick right back up wherever you saved it whenever you want. Just being a real-time game distinguishes it from a turn-based game. It does technically have turns, so it's a hybrid of both, to be more specific. Because the turns are every couple weeks in game, you get to determine where to put your counselors, and that's basically a turn. But the combat happens somewhat in real time, where It's not like a grid-based, turn-based game like XCOM or something like that. But
Cleaning
yes,
things up.
it does not keep going in the background when you have the game off. That would be very interesting, though. I would be curious about that. I can't think of a pausable RTS, but I'm sure they exist. Most real-time strategy games can be paused if you're in single player. If you're in multiplayer, they can't. But I've definitely played RTS that you can pause. A weird example is going to be They Are Billions. That's a RTS that you can pause. Stellaris is another example. I was gonna do something, but I forgot. Oh, I need to repair. Oh, I need to pick a new tech. That's what it was. I got distracted. Why was I researching what I was researching? I think I was going for like better drives or something. Fission. I don't think I was going for fission pulse drives. What does super alloys end up doing? They unlock like 4 more researches. And then they give you some ship components that can increase your armor. A colony mining complex is, oh, it's tier 3 mining. Solar mirror array is the tier 2 solar mirror. Interesting. And then the Firestar fission lanterns. A bunch of drives, improved coil gun batteries. There's a lot of stuff here tied to super alloys. I've researched it a couple times before, but it's been a while. It's not that expensive. Mission to Venus is just so cheap. Allows the construction of stations above Venus. I just don't... I guess. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that because I don't have any mission control. That's kind of why I've been putting it off until I have enough resources for better mission control, which I guess I've just been kind of spinning my wheels on. Well, I already picked it. Too late.
The opposition remains in power.
Purge failure. Oh. Railgun batteries. Hey, does that mean that our defensive stations are slightly better? They can actually return fire now, maybe? Perhaps. Wouldn't that be nice? Is composite armor probably worse? It's too expensive with the nobles. I'm just gonna obsolete it. I remember the molten core fission reactor line being cool. Some of these were good, if I remember correctly. There's pros and cons to everything. And I feel like I'm spread a little too thin. I might just do hydroponics base so I can build farms. Let's just do that. Simple, cheap. We can get farms and reduce resources. Okay, you guys transfer back to Earth first. We are wasting fuel. It honestly, why haven't I just built one dock on one of these Earth stations so I can repair? And then we don't have to build any ships there. Why haven't I done that? I don't know.
Okay, I'm coming up.
There's a lot that I would change if I could. Let's put it like that. All right, get one simple dock.
See why not?
Then we can do repairs locally in low Earth orbit. All right.
Where do you need me?
I need you in Romania, please.
Making our case.
Acknowledged.
They're
I'm
trying
here.
to take us down.
Your orders?
And we can't allow that. Your order, sure. My orders are Ace Tech. To look, I guess you're still around the moon, aren't you? Is there another moon base that we might want to take over? Sure. Why allow the servants to have a base here? Eh? Why should that be allowed? Oh, there's a cooldown timer on assault enemy space asset. That's so funny. So you can't just spam it because it's that OP. It's like on a 5-turn cooldown. Okay, well, I guess deorbit and go to
Prepping
London.
for drop.
Come on back, and then we'll just have to go back and take care of that once the cooldown's over, I suppose. It's just too OP. That is funny. All right, who's this random counselor here?
Surveilling target.
Okay, I think that's it. You guys go ahead and resupply. Oh my god, it's gonna take way too much. I'll just have you share your fuel. New project, improved railgun batteries. That's a Mark II. Man, it was pretty fun trying to do railguns last campaign, but it really just didn't work well. Did not go so good. I feel like there's a world in which you could make it go good if you had enough resources to get enough ships and kept, well, we really pushed the railgun tech and it just seemed way less effective than mag dumping a whole arsenal of missiles and watching as they go toward their target, you know? All right, they've got enough fuel. Singapore has completed a nuclear weapon test to the horror of the world. Why does everyone has nukes now? The initiative's got nukes there. Every nation of the world's got nukes somehow.
Offering support.
Servants, new alien fleet, new alien fleet, new alien fleet.
I have new information.
Ooh, we found a servant counselor. Keep following them, find out more. Project Exodus set to lead, don't care. So mission to Venus should be pretty short. Man, our personal projects go so much faster because we have all the research bonuses here. I don't have enough station bonuses, to be honest, for my research. Where's the big alien ship that's coming? Which one? We got a lot of friends. That could be any number of ships. I try not to look because there's nothing I can do about it. Two of them are 58 days away. Which is bad because there's a frigate and a cruiser. Here's the thing. If I transfer some Moon Defense Force over to Earth, we could kill them. But there's a catch. I still don't have enough water to resupply, and I'm scared to leave my base undefended because a Protectorate 2-ship fleet is still lurking around the moon. And if I abandon my stations, bad things will happen. And the Earth First Fleet has been diminished in strength to 7 ships, which is not enough to take out a cruiser. And I don't have enough fuel for the Moon Defense Fleet. Even if I use all my boost. So we kind of just need to chill for a little while. New water mining is going to kick into gear. Psh, I keep waiting for it to kick into gear. And nothing happens. I keep waiting. $20 days. So it'll kick into gear in like 20 days, but even then it's not that much.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
It's around this point in the campaign that, like, if you have ADHD, you start to get stretched in too many directions at once. And you start to get a little overwhelmed, which is how I'm feeling right now. Also, you're about to be overwhelmed because an ad's coming in. So a quick 3-minute mid-roll ad, rolling in. We're gonna try and get more water by building hydroponics and farms. So that's the plan. That'll offset a lot of the water drain from these bases and get some back for us. Best I can do. But yeah, I'm gonna I gotta clear my brain, man. I think I want improved railgun batteries. Just to buff our point defense even more. But yeah, we may or may not have...
Back to Earth side.
Back Earth side. We may or may not have any, more water coming in. I don't know. Because that's not till June. That's not till, well, December of this year. We'll have another one if we live that long. And then that's 2034. So it's rough out there. I don't know where all of my water went. I swear we were making like hundreds. All right, I'll be back real quick. And back before the ad's done. Let's take a look at our intel. Actually, council. My ledger. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I see where the problems are. The problem is when you're playing this game, you're basically trying to plug a leaky dam. You know, there's just so many little leaks. And I kind of was saying this yesterday. Once you figure out where the leaks are, it takes like 90 plus in-game days before you plug one. And by the time you plug that one, you realize that there's 3 more that have risen up. So you're just constantly like triage. Meanwhile, the aliens are sending like big ass fleets to come take you down. You know what I mean? SEMA station's got point defense array, which is the small one, not the big one. This is a former operations center. Just replace that with a xenology lab, to be honest. Got 2 more Xenos and a supply depot. Yeah, the current leak that we have to plug. I can show you exactly what's going on. Okay. So we take a look at the ledger and sort by water usage. You can see we got some stations that are using upwards of 25 plus water. And the reason for that is because fission reactor arrays are 2.6 water a month, and I'm using a bunch of them. So that adds up. When you've got like up to 4 per station, that's 10 water a month per station, which goes, you know, really fast. Shipyards are 3.5 water. The reason why there's so much water is because they employ so much crew. So if I go to one of those bases, such as the weapon station, which I cannot find, you can see that a shipyard is 120 crew. Fission reactor arrays are 20 crew. Now the crew costs exist outside of the support costs, but look at the crew costs for a shipyard, 3.5. So we can actually mitigate that with farming. And I've just been really not able to get it going because we didn't have a global research that unlocked it until like very recently. So now I have hydroponics bays, which can offset the volatile and water demand for up to 120 crew. So what we want to do now is say, forget this op center. We can build op centers somewhere else when we want to. Just ain't worth it. And we're going to get a hydroponics bay here instead. And then we can, I think, upgrade that hydroponics bay into a farm once we research farms. And then the farm will go for more people. And then likewise with these fission reactor arrays, we should be able to consolidate these fission reactor arrays into more manageable heavy fission reactor arrays that actually are cheaper after you've built them. The trick is after you've built them. We don't have the upfront resources. So what was the next highest one? Sveninator base, Kiera B, and quite adept. Sveninator, Kiera B, and quite adept. So we're gonna go with hydroponics here and here. Once I get this heavy fission reactor array down, we are gonna change. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and like either replace or decommission one of these other ones. Man, I wish I just had more resources. I wish I had a lot more resources. Why does it take 120 days to decommission a module? I hate that. It's like always better to find something to replace it with. Maybe just like a small solar panel. I guess I could just shut them down for now. Okay. So that's one. Zveninator. Then Kiera B station. Hydroponics. And we got too much power here. So I'll do 2 hydroponics. Okay. Then quite a depth station, which is Luna. Now I need to turn on some mission control. The micro continues. Cowardly Lion, turn that back on. Okay, we'll start with that. Layered defense arrays. Spicy.
Circuit relay going open and auto.
Okay, so a couple layered defense arrays might give the AI something to chew on if they want to come and destroy either of these stations. My only wish is that we also had that on... Do we have that on quite a depth station? No, we just have regular point defense arrays.
Down to almost 1.5 now.
Which means we're gonna have a power problem. So for now,
Relief valve just seated at 5.3. Okay, where are we? We're at 0.5.
there we go. So much micromanagement. Lost a control point in Serbia. Why are you fighting me over Serbia? Nanofactories. Also the Vasmir engine. All sorts of new stuff. So the Nanofactory is like a construction module on steroids. Allows founding orbitals and settlements. Allows founding platforms and outposts. Also gives a bonus to an economic investments if you put them in to Earth interface orbits, but they cost a bunch of power and resources. Control point lost in Romania. Now we're struggling right now a little bit. We're spread a little thin, that's why. Plasma wave drive. I don't think plasma wave drive is very good. I'm gonna mark that as obsolete unless it unlocks other stuff. Ditto for the mass driver. The purpose of these drives is that they use base metals. So it's like a unique resource you can use instead of water. They literally just shoot small packets of material out of the ship's tail to accelerate with an electromagnetic catapult. Don't ask me how it works, but apparently that's how it works. Not things I'm interested in.
Mission abort.
We're kind of getting whack-a-mole right now. Okay, Tanks of Frank. Try and go back to the Academy Legislature.
We're taking power.
At your service.
Ace Tech's back home. There's aliens to fight, but I need to set
On my way
national
to the
policy
capital.
first.
Orders?
And then Terminus keep investigating
Eyes on
the
target.
servant counselor. Paris Financial Group's pretty solid, but it's 5 grand. Which we have 8,500, but our money went down from plus 900 a month to plus 500 because we're spending it on like upkeep for stuff. So I'm actually gonna start putting more money back into funding. Wowie. Something like that, I guess, is fine. Might be investing a little too much into military, but then again, we're humanity first, so I don't know if that's possible. Yeah, I think I'm not going to get the Paris Financial Group one and just kind of chill on orgs for a bit. Regarding those magnetic catapults, that would Newton's third law of motion, which is the same reason why using guns in space is a bad idea. Well, I mean, like, that's why they're trying to use lasers. Or we're just dropping missiles. You know, we just let a missile go out of a bay and then it propels itself forward. It's easy. But yeah, a railgun or something like mounted to the spine of a ship would be challenging. And I'm not smart enough to figure out how to do that. I don't think anybody is right now. Without the massive amount of recoil that comes from that. The environment of Dublin has reached a tipping point and is rapidly degrading. Anyone from Ireland want to weigh in on this? Global climate effects are causing increasing ecological and economic damage. Agriculture is becoming increasingly unviable as soils wash away and growing seasons shorten, destroying farmers' livelihoods and threatening the economy of Ireland. It's time to panic. They'll just have to deal with it. Fund subsidies. Subsidies are 5.5 grand? People with few prospects make ripe targets for recruitment. Allowed for extremist factions. That's us. Ireland experiences significantly decreased GDP and increased inequality. They gain 2 cohesion. We get a huge public opinion boost for humanity first. They're at 597 billion GDP. Well, now they're at 596, so I'm gonna recruit.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
We're gonna recruit. All right, Zveninator, you're making far too much energy. So I'm gonna shut down a couple of these modules to save on resources. And get us some water. Okay, we got a issue called need to resupply. We have a secondary issue called aliens are on the way. And we'll be here in 40 days. So we still got time. What if this screen was smaller? Okay, so 300 and change days for those. Do I have alarms on these? Now I do. Okay, making sure I got alarms. There are a lot of ships. Heading toward us. Too many, some say. These will be here. Yeah, those are the ones that'll be here in 39 days. Wait, are there two separate groups that are going to be here in 39 days? There's 64. Hey, here's an idea, devs. Listen, love you, by the way. Thank you for making this game. If you could have made the Alien Fleet tab, which is one of the most important tabs in the entire game, sortable by location and time to arrival, that'd be great. Instead of numerical order of the group's name and number, which is an arbitrary sorting mechanism that does not help. Or if you put in parentheses right here in the text, the number of days until they get there, then I don't even have to click on them. And then you solve all this. So I can just go scan this and be like, transferring to this orbit parentheses this many days.
Policy direction complete.
All right, we are going, oop, wrong button. We are going to unify, bring on in Hungary into the European Union. The country. Now we have completely ensconced Austria. If I just simply unally wait, not Austria. I have Austria. What am I thinking of? Romania. Is this a war opportunity here? If I just like unally. And just take it over. Probably not Lithuania, because they have the US backing them up. But I could get Estonia and Romania. I don't know, war is such a pain in the ass. It's easier to do it this way almost. Finally! Settlement mining complex at Johnny Base. And 145, whatever, the rest of the numbers. Oh my God. It doesn't have power until the 6th of October. Never mind. We're not there yet. No power yet. Getting there. Jesus. It's taking forever. The resistance is dutifully destroying the servant Habs, which is nice.
Our associates were unable to take control.
Man, this is... We've definitely gotten down to the point where it's just a crawl now. We're in the early mid-game sludge.
Standing by for orders.
For sure. It's alien assets getting out of control in Kazakhstan. They're fine. They'll be fine. Do some more national policy. I'm tired of having to go defend all these points, so I'm just going to bring everyone into the European Union, even if it's technically
Time to make our move.
less efficient to do that.
I'm here.
Where do you need me?
I don't know. Is there a list of places that you don't have defended? Maybe if I look at nations. Like we don't have Sweden or Denmark defended right now. Let's just go take care of that. I don't want them to screw with us. Even though we ostensibly have like max unity there. I never even finished Norway. Whoops. Norway's been pumping up those funding numbers. And building an army and an atomic bomb. For some reason. Too much micro. I can't micro at all. I don't know why I'm developing a bomb in Ireland. But sure, keep going. Okay, defend Sweden.
Protecting our interest.
All right, let me see those resource numbers at the top actually go up, please.
Offering assistance.
Also, tanks of Frank. Sadly, it's just plus admin until we get enough admin to remove some of the admin groups that are a little less efficient. Like Hong Kong Triad, I don't know, so maybe I shouldn't have picked that. Too late. Alien fleet launches for low lunar orbit. Chat, it's so over, bros. I don't care if they're not gonna get here till January 2035. What the hell is Victor 150? The Giga Fleet. Two battle cruisers, a cruiser, a frigate, and 3 escorts. You're gonna need a lot of missiles to get through that. Here's the thing. I remember this exact situation happening a couple of months ago when we played, which is the way that the combat escalates is too fast. And I mean this in like it's a difficulty complaint, but it's more of like a mechanics issue. We're currently fighting one ship at a time. We might be about to go to 2. Then you go to 5. Like even if I had a fleet full of cruisers and battle cruisers, I don't have the skill set to actually maneuver them in such a way that I could keep up with the absolute chaos that would happen in this battle. You know what I mean? And this is probably not even a big battle, but just like the way that we jump up so quickly from just like, sure, we can take on one ship to here comes 6. It's like, I need a little ramp up in between in order to get used to how the battles grow in scale a little bit, you know?
Surveillance complete.
I need some learning opportunities. So these guys have 835 days. That's pretty much like the only benefit is you get like a 2 to 3 year warning that they're coming in hot.
We've moved the needle.
They're pissed that I keep destroying their small ships. Layered defense arrays at Johnny Base. Guess what that means? It means we got juice. Heavy fission reactor array giving us the juice. We have positive noble metals. We have 276 positive water. Hallelujah. Large surface to orbit cannon, laser cannons. Those are probably not very good. 30 mil auto cannons. Huh. That doesn't seem that good. Okay, we also need hydroponics. How much do these cost? 10 power? We've also got Johnny Bays with the same deal. Hydroponics going in to take off the water drain from the crew. It's like 141 crew. Popping off with 90 water, 64 volatiles. We're positive volatiles. I'm scared. We have identified a crewman aboard Cutlass. Moon Defense 2 as an officer candidate. During an otherwise routine cruise, our staff reviewing performance reports highlight this crewman not only for their outstanding performance and adherence to our values, but also demonstrating an aptitude for strategic thinking and leadership capability. As such, we're pleased to offer them a commission so their talents may be appropriately utilized. The Cutlass's crew.
Mission complete.
All right, unification with Ireland or Sweden. Welcome in Sweden. Okay, we have control point cap to spare. I don't really need to unify anybody anymore, but we're just kind of doing it just so I have fewer bases that I need to like defend, because that gets really annoying. Funding is definitely an issue. We went from like positive 800 cash reserves to just 400. It's time to get some space tourism. But actually, it also feels like our research is taking a step back. I don't really know why, because we're ostensibly putting a bunch of points into knowledge. I don't know. I don't really understand how that goes on under the hood, to be honest. Oh. Hydroponics bay construction on the weapons station. I have no idea why there's a space dock over there. And this construction module is poorly placed for my aesthetic purposes that are not really that important. But it helps me remember where things are. Okay, I'm just gonna build another hydroponics on top of this space dock. This Venator base has got 2 hydroponics. Very good. So our water usage and our volatiles going down. Xenology at SEMA Station, solar array at SEMA Station. What happened to this? Guess we just never repaired it. Oh my god, we're over 300 water a month. Kira B station in high orbit has got 2 more hydroponics bays for supporting 240 crew. And then quite a depth station, same deal. Huge. Where can we do more? Antiochus base and Suckit Protectorate station. This is the one that we kind of inhabited. We don't really need space docks here. This is the one we stole. Okay, a couple hydroponics there. Actually, we don't need a couple hydroponics because there's only 163 people here. But I might rebuild a couple of these bits. These are all Xeno labs. I will say the one redeeming quality of Chimera Squad, XCOM Chimera Squad, is the soundtrack's pretty good. I like the soundtrack. Pretty solid. Okay, I don't really, I guess just another Xenolab then. And then Suckit Protectorate Station. We really just don't need the Skunkworks and Operations Center at the end of the day. So we're gonna do a couple hydroponics to replace these. Actually, one hydroponics is good. And then we really need to get like layered defense arrays being upgraded to each, oh God, each of our Earth stations. Holy micro management. I wish there was an easier way to do this. You know, in Stellaris, when you finally have too many planets and you start to entertain the idea of actually allowing the AI governor to step in, that's kind of like where you hit at this stage. Where I am right now. Where you're like, maybe I do have strictly too many bases. Maybe I do have too many little things to micromanage. Okay, when are the aliens supposed to be here? The ones that are closest. 18 days. And I have an alarm set. So we'll have a few days. I would rather burn the planet to the ground than give it to an AI governor. I see. Tell me how you really feel.
Terminating the opposition.
Ready to go.
Okay, Ace Tech back to assaulting alien assets for a turn. But yeah, I'm definitely like at that point, 100%. Where I'm just like, okay, It's gotten to be too much.
I will help.
There's too much going on. Too many probes.
Person of interest surveyed. Cleaning things up.
Okay, we need that. We should have good, almost great information on this servant whose buttons I can't click. There we go. I don't see any reason why we can't assassinate this servant. Seems like it'd be viable. Secluded Dreams Base decommissioned. Where was that again? That was on Mars? Why was I decommissioning it? Oh, because I was going to rebuild it. Yeah, I remember. Because it was like faster this way. It's complicated. Basically, for reasons I don't want to explain again, it was going to take like hundreds of days to build the base. Because after we queued up the base, we built a construction module which allows us to build it in 60 days, but it doesn't retroactively kick in for some stupid reason. So we have to, it was faster to decommission it and then start the construction over. It is not very smart. I don't think we can wait for a settlement core. Well, it's definitely worth just... Yeah, no, hold on. Let's just do it like this. Outpost mining with an old-fashioned basic fishing pile.
The people will come to our side.
Okay, since the aliens are gonna show up and we're gonna have to possibly die fighting them. Ooh, we have enough water to resupply Moon Defense 2. How about repair? What do? Do I trust? I don't... Oh, they do have railgun battery Mark 1s now. That's nice. It's something. I don't think it's very much. I need to redeploy all my ships from Moon Defense 2, but I'm scared to abandon it because there's still... Papa 6 is still in orbit around the moon, and I ironically can't catch them. Unless I refuel, burn all my fuel to catch them, then refuel again, which I don't have enough water for, and then redeploy to Earth. Are there techs for ship combat that are completely useless? There's technically techs for everything that are completely useless. I think no matter what, this fleet needs to resupply. Problem is we can't repair. And I don't trust a 4v2 where they have 40 mil cannons. It's not enough missiles to kill them. Did I get decommissioned? No, but I'm contemplating abandoning you temporarily. and hoping that the Protectorate fleet doesn't come murk you while I'm gone. Okay, Moon Defense 2 is fully resupplied. We actually can assault an enemy hab with our Marines without the operative there. That's pretty cool. Maybe later. And yeah, 2 of our ships are already damaged, which is not great. All right, transfer to Quite Adept for repairs. Grid drive. I'm gonna set that as favorite because I'm gonna forget about it. All right, repair at Quite Adept is gonna take water or a bunch of boost. We just don't have time. I guess I'm gonna use boost. To try and fix these ships. All right, they are fully kitted. Okay, and that is where I'm gonna pause. Incoming aliens to Earth and moon battle. That's probably where we'll pick up tomorrow and then see how bad it gets, because it's about to get real bad. It's about to get real bad. I'm scared. But yeah, we'll call it there. Well, we're technically still alive. For how long, I don't know, because the biggest alien fleets we've ever seen are coming our way now. So, thanks for watching. Glad we stuck it out, but yeah, the micromanagement is getting to be killer. Killer. I'm gonna send you guys on an end-of-stream raid. Let's go say what's up to Ultrasaurus. We haven't gone by in a while. So go say hi. Ultra's playing some Subnautica 1, the first one. The OG. Which I think is still a really good game. I'm not sure how it is for first-time player in 2026, but it was pretty insane when it came out, huh? I'm sure it's still a nice-looking game. Being stuck in the water and building the base is always fun. I wish Subnautica 2 was both done and also not early access. Then I might actually try it. Maybe I'll come back around once that time comes. But go give a nice strong raid, go say hi. All you gotta do is type E in the chat, hit enter, and that's it. There, you're a raider. Good job. But have a good one, everyone. See you later, Birdstrike, Lion Kingler, Giga, Xanashar, Sax, Francis Alexander, Lost Guardian, Good night, Star Mage, Gilmadesh, and everyone else. If you're a lurker, if you're a chatter, if you subbed, if you followed, whatever, thank you for coming by, saying hi. I'll catch you for the Friday stream, all right? To be continued. Good night for now. See you over there. Have a good one, everyone. I'm gonna get some food and relax. Till next time. Let's see if this survives the weekend. I have my doubts. All right, I'm out. Bye.